Greetings, everybody. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin, and welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully, we're all doing well today in both body and mind. Before we get started, I would like to take just a moment to appreciate our financial contributors. Nope, that is the incorrect one. It's this one right here. I would like to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their Prime gaming subscription during this month's cycle. Please enjoy the extra vote tally, emotes, and all that other fun stuff that comes along. I could tell speaking's going to be a problem already. That come along with your subscription benefits package. And while I do not have any patrons or one-off contributors, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over on the coffee page. If you guys want your names on these placards, I read them at the start of every stream. You know, chucking some change at me is all that's really required. Any one-off donation that's probably at least $1 or $2 or better, whatever triggers the coffee bot, if I'm being honest, or whatever will trigger stream elements. I believe I have those set at $1 to eliminate spam, or, you know, chucking $1 at me a month on Patreon or coffee, or $6 or, you know, your free Prime gaming subscription. You know, each month on my channel over on Twitch is enough to get your name on these placards. It's one of the tiniest ways I have to give back. I do have other stuff, of course, but these placards are written as appreciation for everyone who is being financially generous. Let us play the camera minigame. There we go. Mr. Jason says, but some people even call you Mr. Coin. Too true, Mr. Jason. And greetings to you, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in right at the start of stream. We're just about to go over the recap and everything. So I hope you have a good, sit back, relax, grab a good snack, and do the things you want to do. Or in your case, I suppose, attempting to catch an alpha skarmory. Yes. Mr. Jason, did you get my message on Discord? Have you had a chance to look at it? It's not important that you look at it, but you did. Good. Good. Okay. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Jason. And thank you for that hydrate redeem, boyo. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. I got a couple of things to go over. First off, you may have noticed I shifted my camera to the right ever so slightly. This is because I adjusted my focus toggle, finally. It's still the same, but now I've put the words on the outside of the camera frame. I'm gesturing over it with my mouse like it means anything. But I went and adjusted that. I also, down below where the Korok counter is, I have a new one. I have the joke and pun counter. We kept talking about it. I finally, you know, just sat down and did it. That makes it sound like I put it off. No, I had other things to keep me busy, but I know this was something that we had been talking about for a while. Is it a fancy icon? No, but I think people will understand what I mean when I say the J&P counter. It's the joke and pun counter. I'll show you that I can increment it on my own. And of course, I can even set it back to 0. Bingo. Easy? Easy. And the mods don't even have to do anything. Mr. Jason does have some manual commands he can enter in if I need help with the counter for any reason. Usually that would be if I ever get caught up doing something, and then say we transition to a boss I've got to focus on or something, yeah, that might be when the JMP counter, you know, gets managed by the mods. But for the most part, he shouldn't have to do anything. That's really about it. Those are the only like interface like UI changes I made. I trust that won't be. We're gonna find out if the JMP counter needs to be like somewhere else so that it's not in the way, or it may be one of those. If it's not important, I won't. You know, I'll just turn it off and turn it on for a while when we need it. Recap. Last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we started our long trip clearing out tons of Koroks seeds. We have officially hit 60% on, we've hit 61% actually on our Koroks, which is just fantastic. We only have 39 more percent to go before we're done. Outside of that, we did a couple of shrines. We did take a we did tour the bistro a bit. Where's our friend, the bistro? Over here. We did tour that. We also checked out the minecart funland cart courses, and we even ended our trip by doing the advanced course on Death Mountain. Like we did that halfway between the base and the summit. And then the reason we're here is because we turned in our Sage's Wills, and we upgraded the Vow of Yunobo to the Solemn Vow. So these two should really help us out. The more upgraded vows we get, the better. Let me also make sure I don't have the TV sound on. Okay, fixed. This stream is going to start looking a lot smoother as I continue to tinker with things. Now, I think it's about time that we exchange these charges for the love of God. I'm sure people have been looking at them and going, dude, why haven't you changed them out yet? Well, I've been busy. Also, I had the kidney infection before that, so, Mr. Jason says, remember, Mr. Coin, remember my Pokemon team levels from yesterday? Yeah, I do, vaguely remember that. Also, we have yet to speak to Pora, which I will do that real soon. If not, no worries, as that was a figurative question anyway. But now you have a level 100 Embor, a level 94 Crocodile, or Crocodile, excuse me, a level 90 Abomasnow, levels 97 Noivern, a level 90 Aggron, and a level 94 Agroscolipede. BotW asks, which temple did I do first? We did the Stormwind Arc first, aka the Wind Temple. I looked up the canon order for the game, and I am following that. I believe, for those of you on Twitch, if you type in !TOTK PATH, that should give you our intended roadmap for the future. What's up, Mr. Jason?
Yes.
Linky, welcome back. I've been hearing a lot about your adventures. A serious cold front, a food shortage, and a ship floating in the sky in Rito Village. Then, over in Goron City, the Gorons were fixated on marbled rock roast and it stopped working. Mr. Jason says, comparatively to the other temples, the Stormwind Arc was a breeze. Nice. It was, in fact, a breeze. And the best part is it wasn't gusty or turbulent or even difficult in the slightest. And someone who looked like Princess Zelda was connected to what happened in both places. Whatever the case may be, I'm glad the Rito and Gorons are able to get back to business as usual. Seems like entrusting those areas to you was the right decision after all. It's become clear as day that there's a connection between Princess Zelda and the upheaval. Things are much more serious than I previously thought. I need you to hurry to the remaining regions, and soon. And we need to investigate the other village I'm concerned about, too. You've got to be kidding. This is exactly what you should be using your poor pad for. I just wanted to hear you frump a little bit, Pora. Mr. Jason says, does the JNP counter reset at the end of each stream? I can certainly not use the command to reset it, but because the idea is I want to track the number of jokes made per stream. But Mr. Jason goes on to say, I personally prefer it to be ongoing, but I'm not sure what your thoughts were. If I have a command to clear it out along with a hotkey, I'll go ahead and or a hotkey pair. I'll just demonstrate this right now. I can do that. I can absolutely clear the counter out. I already set it back to where it should be. That's more of a, if everyone's like, I just want to see the running total of jokes and puns, then, you know, I'll leave the counter alone. I won't reset it unless something buggy happens with it. Like, the way the counters work is that, I generate the counter in Firebot and it creates a text file, right? That's how most counters in stream management software work, is they generate a text file and it updates the text file based on what you do. In this case, I have commands that update the counter accordingly, and I have hotkeys that run those commands. Like that's pretty much the behind the scenes on how, you know, all the counters on this stream are going to work because they all use Firebot. There's no reason not to use Firebot for this. That said, as far as the counters are concerned, I have the command engineered, but if people don't want me to reset the counter, I won't. Maybe I'll ask people how they feel about that, like in the general Discord or something. Just kind of get a sense of opinions on that. I think I do want to leave that up to an executive decision on my part. If I think it would be better if the counter were reset, I want to be able to make that decision. But there's no harm in seeing where everyone's opinions fall either. Mr. Jason says, you haven't experienced true terror until you try catching a Skarmory in Wild Zone 17. One tweet proclaims. Oh, is the Skarmory like exceptionally tough? Like, I know you're catching an alpha, but let me make sure I didn't misquote you there. No, yeah, it is an alpha Skarmory. Like, and we know that the alphas are like 20 levels higher and everything, and a bunch of other stuff, but can't be any more terrifying than other alpha Pokemon. Other than, I guess, its capacity to be just an utter wall. Skarmory is usually a pretty good physical wall, if I'm remembering my Pokemon right. Did you forget or something? Well, I guess that's in character for you, isn't it? God! Pora, don't drag me, please! All I did was ask. There are 2 locations left. Lanayru to the east and Gerudo region to the southwest. Monsters are pretty active to the south anyway, so you're better off sticking closer to here, you know? Anyway, if you need a refresher on what to do, check your Pore Pad. I'm leaving those regions with phenomena in your hands, so make me proud. I've also got that other village on my mind. I'm working with the survey team to look into what's going on there. What other village? It's a fishing village called Lurelin Village on the southeastern edge of Hyrule. The village is currently overrun by pirates. Some villagers fled while some stayed put, so they're scattered all over. I feel like I should have kept a closer watch on that village, but it's far away, so news from there to here doesn't travel quickly. If you want more info, talk to Atmos down in the shelter. He can probably point you in the right direction. He helps deploy the monster-controlled crew squads to where they're needed and has extensive geographical knowledge. He can tell you more than I can about various regions and peoples. Keep me posted. Well, thanks, Pora, but, come on, Link, get up the railing. Thank you. That should not have been difficult. You're supposed to be a master of climbing in parkour by now. Yes, we have 1,100 crystallized charges. I would love to make that trade. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna probably use these to, like, replenish, like, a bunch of our smaller devices. Yes, I will definitely make that trade. Mr. Jason says the Skarmory isn't tough, Mr. Pokemon. However, the pride of 5 Pyroar and 1 Alpha Pyroar can be scary. Oh, is it for, like, similar reasons, though? Like how if Skarmory is a defensive wall, that's hard to get over, right? That, you know, the Alpha Pyroar, that's a hard word to say for me. Is like a much better offensive attacker and can sweep out your Pokemon without much trouble if you've got the wrong types and everything. Yes, what else? What else are we exchanging? I don't need too many shock emitters. We got plenty of steering sticks, wheels. We've got plenty of batteries. We're a bit low on hoverstones, and those could be useful. Let's take them all. Let's see, what else? And then, what, I guess the big battery? Yeah, it's time for the big battery. 300 for 10 big batteries. Thank you. I would enjoy further visits from you. Okay, that's all finished. I marked a couple of these things. I think they have to do with the underground, if I'm being quite honest. The only exception is this up here, and that's only because there is a battle talus up there. However, I'm not going to deal with that right now. We can deal with that later. For now, we're going to head over to Goron City, and we're going to talk to the smith that used to make Earthbreakers. I'm pretty sure he still makes Earthbreakers if you talk to him. And, you know, if not, we're gonna find out other stuff. An article on the game's radar, Mr. Jason says, states the following, Mr. Coin. Beware the lion pride from hell. Guarding Pokemon Legends Z to A's most dangerous area, Wild Zone 17. Nothing in Pokemon has pained me this much. It sounds like it's got, you know, really high stats, even for being an alpha. Not only does it have high stats, but it probably knows some pretty powerful moves. I don't think it would know Sacred Fire, but if there's anything that I could think to put on a Fire-type Pokemon that would invite the fear of God into any, like, trainer is... well... it would be Sacred Fire. Master Rohan, please let me try making the Boulder Breaker again. You've got some gall, kid. After you up and left the workshop in the middle of training for some marbled rock roast, what's it? I'm done with you. I've got no excuses, but I still need to put the finishing touches on that Boulder Breaker. First, let me prove myself, please. If it's still no good, then you can be done with me. Well, you've got your enthusiasm, and that counts for something. But without materials, how do you intend to do this? You'll need a cobble crusher, 5 pieces of flint, and 3 diamonds to complete it. Since you spent all our material funds, our marbled rock roasts were dried up. We don't have money or materials. I'll just do something about that. The soul of the Gorons. The art of the boulder breaker is passed down over generations, but Fugo, the apprentice, gave up on making it midway and sold the materials he was using for marbled rock roast. To complete the boulder breaker and earn his master's approval, he needs a cobbled crusher, 3 diamonds, and 5 pieces of flint. I was trying to be optimistic about the materials for the boulder breaker. I need a cobble crusher, 5 flint pieces, and 3 diamonds. Without any money, I have no idea how I'll come up with the materials. The boulder breaker? Tell us about it. The boulder breaker is a historic weapon. The art of crafting it is passed down through generations. Only a chosen few can make it. I was going to teach it to my apprentice, Fugo. But the fool was so obsessed with that marbled rock roast that he up and walked out in the middle of work. Then he took the material funds and wasted it for more of that rock. Now there's no way to get the 3 diamonds, the cobble crusher, and the 5 flint pieces we needed. Yep. I'll give you the materials. What? You'll just give them to me? Thank you. I was at a total loss. This is a huge help. You really have it all? Well, thank you. Now I can make a good and proper boulder breaker. Yeah. Master Rohan, watch me do this. It could be Rohan, and I'm just being like really weird with the pronunciation. I'm gonna complete the boulder breaker, and it's gonna be perfect. I'll put my heart into it, pound it into life. Mr. Jason says here's another article on Polygon. Pokemon Legends Z to A's Wild Zone 17 Pyroar are terrorizing poor fans. Pyroar used Earth Power. Oh, Earth Power. It's a rock type move. Interesting. I'm sorry, that went down the wrong pipe. Really. Ugh. I almost choked there. Yeah, the Earth Power spam will do that. Mr. Shiny says, to my memory, they made it so only Goron weapons are effective against rocks without needing any attachments. I mean, hey, that's fine. That's the Goron specialty, right? Greetings, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are about to put the finishing touches on an Earthbreaker, or a Boulder Breaker. I forget exactly which one they said already. And yeah, as Mr. Jason was saying, you guys got the joke and pun counter. You might notice I've got a new title, or a new piece of text at the bottom called J&P. That stands for jokes and puns. I've got hotkeys set up with it and everything. Once I actually figured out what filters to copy and how to do that efficiently in OBS, the counter really didn't take much time at all. I fixed I say fixed, but I may have made it worse. I went ahead and dolled up the locked in counter. I changed where the words are so people could see it a bit better. Mr. Shiny says, in that case, you can count on us. See what I mean? I had the soundboard, I had the button all ready to go. While that was going, I incremented the counter. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We're gonna get a scream? No, I guess not. Sometimes they like to do the... Maybe it's the Hudson Construction Company that has all the grunting and groaning. Anyway, in other news, speaking of like screaming and grunting and groaning, I did remember to put the reference materials for that Link screaming meme in the Discord. I don't know if you guys have had the chance to peruse that. It's not required that you do. I'm just telling you that I did it. I also had a comparison meme that I had, you know, set off to the side for recreational purposes. I put that alongside the YouTube link so people can see what I'm talking about when I say that there are other versions of the Link screaming meme everywhere. Master, take a look. I don't even need to touch it to know. That rocky luster, that well-crafted handle, that blunt yet sturdy edge. You've done good, Fugo. I've seen many a boulder breaker. That's what it is. A boulder breaker in my time, but this is one of the finest. Thank you so much, Master. I've never gotten praise from you before. You had your head on crooked for a while, but you seem up to snuff now. Looks like there's nothing left I can teach you from here on out. This forge is yours. Oh my God, we're witnessing the passage of, we're witnessing the handoff of the trades to young Gorons. This is nice to see. Starting today, you'll be standing where I've stood for many a year. Master. And you've helped too. Without the materials, I'd have never been able to do this. As thanks, I'd like for you to have this boulder breaker. Da 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 da. We made sure we gave him a used cobble crusher, everybody. I made sure I got good use out of it first. It wasn't about to break, but it was getting close. And then we had him forge an almost broken cobble crusher into a peerless boulder breaker. This two-handed weapon was once wielded by the Goron champion Daruk. Daruk made swinging it around look easy, but a Hylian would need an immense amount of strength. My customers are my top priority. That means you should come back here if it breaks on you. I'll need materials, but I'll make it again just as good as before. We have plenty of those. I just hope we won't need to, like, save too many of them for armor upgrades. Fugo successfully finished the boulder breaker and will inherit the forge from Rohan. If your boulder breaker breaks, Fugo will fix it for you. It's thanks to you that I handle this forge now, you know. Oh, and thanks for the materials. I've already mastered forging and repairing the boulder breaker, so you know who to come to if it breaks on you. Come back again. Are you now gonna sit in your house and drink? I know Goron can really handle their beverages. If he can make the boulder breaker, then there's nothing left for me to teach. Looks like I can kick back and begin living my hermit life without a care in the world. That's what you're gonna do, huh? First off, I'll head to the Goron Hot Springs. Nah, maybe I'll try out that new minecart land to the south. The hermit's life's the life for me. You know what, Rohan? You have worked these 5 plus however many long years. You deserve it, my dude. You deserve it. And we've got a nice, shiny boulder breaker that we are also going to put a huge horn on. Because why not? We're going to grab a... Let's see, how do I want to do this? Probably the silver moblin horn. That seems fine. The silver moblin hammer. Nice. It looks a little bit ugly if I'm being honest, but I mean, 71 attack power is nothing to scoff at. All right, let us get to tracking some Koroks. We have one that we need to go grab, and then I will, begin marking 6 more. And don't worry, we'll come back here and do other quests too. Just we gotta get this show on the road, and not blow ourselves up in the meantime. Link, you need to take control. I don't blame him for being spooked. Ah, that'll never not be funny. And the best part is it was all happening by accident. You know, just an accidental Zonai filament device jump scare. Mr. Shiny, if and you're still here by chance, I would like your thoughts on whether or not you want the J&P counter to reset between streams. Mr. Jason and I were talking about it a little bit, and he is of the opinion that, you know, it should be a historic counter, that it should not reset between streams. I have command to reset it if I need to, but I have no real opinion on that yet. I'm gonna put that question in the Discord too, probably after today's stream, but I'm always looking for opinions on this. The counters, especially ones like these, are a way for the audience to perhaps leave their own mark on the content other than just the discussions. It could be like a record-holding metric of sorts, like the Guinness Book of World Records. All right, we're gonna take our flying machine and get out of here. Oh, ore. Give me ore, all of it. Yep, we're just gonna like do that. Oh, and we even got the diamond that we even got the diamond that we spent on that. Nice. Mr. Shiny has a different idea. We can reset the counter every stream, but keep record of the previous stream's joke counter for comparisons and such. Oh, I kind of like that more, if I'm being honest, because it creates the incentive for folks to perhaps come up with their own like puns and to keep like a good like scoring record on it. Okay, so there's like 3 schools of thought for that. And yeah, it's the best of all worlds. I do agree with that. I like to think that it is the best of all worlds. Okay, quick aside. I am liking that I like how transparent the Spirit Unobo is. Like the ring copy. Because I can at least still see past him. One thing I'll say about, you know, dear old regular Unobo, I love the guy well enough, but he was kind of hard to see past when aiming him for various segments and everything. I just wanted to grab that ore real quick. You guys are probably gonna see me like stop if I ever see like a rich vein lying around, just to, you know, grab the ore, because diamonds don't come cheap. Mr. Shiny says, fun fact, despite Unobo being an avatar, he actually has some weight to him. It affects the flying trajectory. Yup. So if I do that, yeah, it's meant to work exactly the same as like when you're actually piloting the real Sage, right? So I think that makes sense to me. We kind of figured out that the guy has some heft to him, which is fine. It's less immersive if he didn't have any heft. It would be less immersive if he didn't have heft to him. I just wanted to make sure I didn't tangle up my words much, if any at all, on that. Okay, so we're here at the site where the Korok is, or is supposed to be. I don't see anything immediately apparent, so methinks Oh, did we already get that one? We actually already got that one. I'm a fool. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a relatively quiet time. We're cleaning up the, you know, post-Fire Temple Elden Mountains. So we're doing a bunch of exploration and cleanup for the next few days. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, in my case, I turn his avatar off during flying segments. You can easily do it in the key items section of the inventory. Yep, I'll just demonstrate that right now. As you can see, as everyone can see, no Yunobo. I turn him on, and he's literally right there. He's more opaque if you summon him after you fly. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, I'm recovering a bit. Good, good. Had quite a hurtful event. I'm sorry that you had to. I'm sorry that you experienced that. Yeah, you don't need to share if you don't want to. That's totally fine. I hope that, you know, the recovery is relatively swift then, and that, you know, if it was something of a social nature, you know, I hope the understandings can be worked out with that. All right, we need to clean up and start marking some more Koroks. So give me just a second, guys, while I do that. If you guys want to follow along, let me make sure YouTube is functioning properly. Yep, looks like it. We are using a object map to help us grab all of the Korok seeds, because there are over 300 of these that are just rocks. They're just straight up rocks that you find on the ground, and you have to lift them up. And another couple hundred of them are hidden really out of sight. Some of the you need to ascend through a Korok platform. Ones are really nasty to try to find. So for those of you on Twitch, if you type in !TOTK MAP, you will get access to the object map. I will demonstrate that on the YouTube side because the command seems to have not rolled out. It should have by now. There we go. Thank you for the demonstration on that, Mr. Shiny. For those of you on Twitch, because I already have another handful of notices, I don't want to, I'm really, treading water on what is considered spam. If you guys are on my Discord, I actually have a channel in there. Let me go ahead and demonstrate that. You're missing an A in there, bud. Very, very close. Just missing the A. Like I was saying, God, that just left my mind. Anyone else ever have brain farts like that, where you think you're trying to think of something to, you're trying to say things, and then you end up fogging on what it is you were trying to say? Happens to me all the time. It's like a huge hallmark of undiagnosed ADD. Happens a lot. It's like right around here. But to kind of truncate that point. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Now I remember. I have a commands channel inside my Discord server. Anybody can access that anytime, and it's basically a whole, all the posts in there are dedicated to, what you need to type in to make certain commands work. If you guys are on Twitch, use exclamation marks to make the commands work. If you guys are on YouTube, you use asterisks to make the commands work. There's another one literally right here. And another one right about here. And the last one is up here somewhere. Okay, cool. All focused. One other thing I'll probably say, and this is just like a complete switch of subject. We are doing a vote on where we want to go next after we're done cleaning up Elden Mountains. I believe you guys have a little bit less than 2 days left to initiate the vote, to, vote if you want to. We do votes on the Discord server. It's the only place to do that I collect information for votes. Of course, people are able to leave me their opinions anytime they want. As far as suggestions on where they want me to go and block and et cetera, but I don't place as much weight on those as I do votes, because subscriber benefits are tied to those. So if you want to participate in any of the voting items we have going on, whether that be the long-standing one for the next game to play after this, or where we're going next. I just passed by where the Koroks seed is. It's probably under here. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. My Discord is the place to do it. The onboarding is automatic and free once you click on the link, and you can go grab extra rolls if you want them. Okay, we're just gonna come up here. Cool. I'm glad that we were able to find that. I was a bit concerned that we wouldn't actually be able to find that. Okay, all taken care of. I have so many hotkeys for things now. So many hotkeys. I see you over there. Stop. For the longest time, I didn't have any hotkeys, at all.
Behold, your mother is dead.
Thank you very much for that soundboard redemption. I'll talk about that momentarily. But having hotkeys has really changed my streaming life and career. And I've gone like 6 years without having them. It's amazing what automation does for you. Oh, my hover bike was sliding on that. Let me not do that. It's amazing what having simple automated processes or having quick keys for things really does. It's a bit tedious to set up, but once you have them set up, they're game changers. And speaking of game changers, for those that are new to the Twitch channel or just new to Twitch in general, if you look at your chat panel in the bottom left-hand corner, there should be a diamond-shaped mark along with a letter, an A. You click on that. That is the channel point reward. The ones with the diamond mark on them are power-ups. You spend bits to use those. I have no control over the power-ups. That is a Twitch exclusive. But everything else are channel point rewards. I have 3 kinds. The ones that are default to Twitch, they are color-coded black. Those are things like highlighting messages or, highlighting a message or something. I think I already said highlighting a message. Or obtaining a random emote or changing an emote in a random way for an hour. Something like that. The pink ones are just funny soundboard clips. You just spend 50 channel points and you make a funny sound. It's there for the laughs.
Oh, a tree. Grant me suck.
Case in point, right there. Thank you for the demonstration, Mr. Shiny. And then anything in purple costs a bit more, but I usually do something. Some of them shut me up for 5 minutes. Some of them make me not say certain things for 5 minutes. Some of them make me do a random thing for you, or have me hydrate, so on and so forth. Feel free to play around with any of them that you have the points for. I think it's like... I'm clearly missing something. Oh. It's this. I'm always touchy with these. We just need to, like, do it like this. There we go. Mr. Jason says, yet you are awesome for free. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Very, very appreciated flattery. Really, truly mean that. Okay, that was the puzzle block, right?
And you know
yes.
the thing about chaos, it's fair.
Okay, so I want to ask a question with that. Boyo. When you mean drop your weapon, I'm gonna drop the one I'm holding right now. Am I allowed to pick it back up? Because if I'm allowed to pick it back up, that's fine. That is a minor in-game action. If you're gonna have me leave it behind, that is a big in-game action. So, yeah to pick it back up, or yeah to leave it behind. Just so there's no confusion. To pick it up? Okay. That is perfectly acceptable. Basically, as far as like the small and, large, let me make sure I say it right. Do a... Oh, nope, I missed it. Have me do a large in-game action. Basically, the idea between those two different rewards is the small command is like, the small in-game action is like, oh, it doesn't cost me anything to do.
And you know the thing about chaos, it's fair.
I'll do it a few times. But these are things that are that generally aren't too disruptive to what I'm doing. The large in-game actions are like, oh, you want me to drop all my weapons and then I can't pick any of them back up? That is a large in-game action. Or, you want me to consume all of a particular resource, and I have to save over it and it's permanent. That is a large in-game action. It is disruptive. Are you guys kind of getting the difference there? I probably should put an explanation for those two specific rewards down in the Discord somewhere, and probably get the overall idea of the difference between them. Oh, please don't tell me I lost the hover bike. That would be real sad. That would be huge sad. But yeah, basically the small commands are quick, easy, relatively non-disruptive, and the large in-game command is usually disruptive. And if it's too disruptive, I do reserve the right to make a save and reload. But I generally abide by what I'm asked to do. It's one of those executive decision things. Mr. Jason says, redeemed. Do a 24-hour stream, Mr. Coin. 250,000. I could put a channel point reward for that, but the problem with that, I realize you're making a joke. That is funny. That is absolutely funny. I'll definitely count that as a joke. The thing about it is, I've thought about that, but then I'm back to... It's kind of like redeeming I had a VIP redeem at one point. People could pay 50,000 to become a channel VIP. what happened with that is when people knew that that redemption was there, they stopped spending the channel points to wait for the really big reward. And because channel points are like a Twitch controlled rate, there are certain things I could do to speed up the acquisition of channel points, but for the most part you get like 220 an hour. That is small potatoes. That is really small potatoes. If you are a tier 3 subscriber, that means you are paying $25 a month on Twitch to do that. You get double the rate. I want to just reiterate that. You would be paying $25 US to get double the channel points. That is not worth 25 bucks. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute commercial warning, or the warning for the commercial break. The ad storm does indeed approach, and it approaches soon. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far. I realize we've not gotten off to a particularly fast start. That will change real soon. If you guys like the content and you hadn't considered doing so already, or you hadn't done it yet, please consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch, or both. Those are free methods to help the channel out. I really do appreciate that. And especially on YouTube, you know, if you watch the YouTube VODs later, you know, please consider leaving a thumbs up and leaving a comment so that YouTube knows you're a real human being and will actually count you toward toward the growth of the channel. Because that's pretty much what we've all kind of discovered with the algorithm is in an attempt to cut out on bots, they also kind of cut out on quote unquote lazy viewership at the same time. I don't agree with it, but that's probably what YouTube management would say in some way, shape, or form. So I'm saying the same exact thing. Just throwing that out there. Additionally, the commercial breaks occur at the top of the hour. They're 3 minutes long. I'm usually away from my desk during that time, so I highly encourage everyone to take a break right along with me so there's no FOMO, there's no missing out. You know, get up, stretch, grab a snack, whatever. Do whatever you want, really. I'm not your parent. And after that commercial break is over and the timer hits 0, I'm back at my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. Pretty freaking simple. I think that's probably the fastest I have ever done that, and I'm going to try to rehearse that and get it perfect so that we're not spending 3 minutes talking about stream stuff. Mr. Shiny says, for $25 you'd buy a few discounted games. Exactly. You want to be paying $25 for that. You don't want to be paying $25 for double channel points. And like like you do get all the other benefits, right, of the other tiers of subscription, right? But really, after a tier 1 subscription, you're really not getting an incredible like rate for your money. You're just not. So if you're gonna subscribe to someone on Twitch, a tier 1 subscription is like the best rate, period. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, my friend, fellow streamer and client of the TCC, Saramu Games, has a channel point redeemed called End the Stream for 500,000 points. I'm not going to redeem it because I am an obsessive hoarder. But you have 496,200 channel points there. I mean, that's fair. I just know based on... And of course, I'm not saying that big channel point rewards like that don't work, right? You know, it depends on the size of your stream. I'm really small for a content creator, and Thank you so much for the follow and the hydrate redeem. Much appreciated. Hizik. I do try to keep these anonymous to the best of my ability, but you did do the redeem. That said, I do hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well today in both body and mind. You've come in at a good time. We are cleaning up Elden Mountain of all the Korok seeds and all the shrines everywhere. This is a 100% Let's Play, and that is a huge part of the game, is the Korok seeds and the shrines and all the other overworld elements. Going back to Mr. Jason's comment for just a second, outside of just being small as a content creator myself, yes, that's not the best time, I know, but any time's a good time in my honest opinion. That said, oh god, I just lost my train of thought. I'll have to finish that when we come back. See you guys then. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Let me catch up on missed messages here, and then we'll keep it moving. Mr. Shiny says, I will be back later. Need to do some household chores. Very, very well. Thank you very much for coming by and visiting, Mr. Shiny. I hope those chores go smoothly and you don't end up with like an injury or something. Do stay safe. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you again, you know, do take care of yourself out there. Stay safe. Hissick, Hissick, it might just be Hissick. I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna say that. Sounds great. Just came back from work, working as a flight attendant. That's awesome. I hope that hasn't been too stressful for you. All the way from Manchester to Bahrain. Wow, that is a long trip. That's impressive. God bless. God bless you for working that difficult job, especially, you know, given the current state of things in the world. Just started Zelda and you're the first stream to pop on the feed. That is awesome. I love seeing the algorithm at work. So you're going to stay here for a while and learn very well. I'll do my best to try to teach as much as I can. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Jason then also goes on to say, is one of those chores polishing some furniture? Four jokes today. I think we actually probably get upwards of like 10 or 12 of these per stream, if I'm being like neither conservative nor liberal with the estimates there. So for those new to Zelda, welcome on in. And also, my name is Coin. Welcome to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Both this and I see that the Blood Moon is coming up real soon. Let me get my like craft oriented right. This and Breath of the Wild, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild are in the same engine, which I will probably start calling the Wild engine because I just think that makes a lot of sense. The Wild engine is an open world engine, basically, and in that you climb, swim, and do all that other fun stuff that is quite prevalent in an open world game. I'll refrain from spoiling story elements, but your job is to basically go where the game tells you to go, or, you know, do what I'm doing and go for 100%, and don't do that all the time. Don't go where the game is telling you. Go anywhere else, honestly. Yes, I know.
When the glow of the blood
No, I want to skip this. That is the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon resets enemy spawns and a bunch of other stuff at the exact same time. That is different from the day-night system. This game has a lot of neat, intricate little mechanics that you would think are all kind of tied together nice and neat, but they're actually quite disparate elements of the same game. But in essence, with Tears of the Kingdom, you have weapons, shields, bow and arrow, armor. You've got like armor sets and set effects and stuff. Also, I could delete that pin. I need to go ahead and mark that. I'm having to do some technical stuff on my end. But really, when you get down to it, this open world game has a lot. It has mini games that you don't even have to do. They're optional. It has collectible Koroks that you also don't have to go find. The only thing that's really required is following the story. There's so much to Tears of the Kingdom, and this is comparing it. This is even just comparing it to its sister game, Breath of the Wild. It's like direct prequel, and that was a big game already. If you like open world games, like open world action adventure games, I think you're gonna like Tears of the Kingdom. Let me see. Let me make sure. Okay, I know where I need to go next. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I remember that it took a long time to go to Akala, as Mr. Coin had to just tarry for far too long. Hisik says, I have played a lot of Elden Ring. Cool. We're cut from the same cloth then. I've also played a lot of Elden Ring. I'm also an off again, on again challenge runner for a mod of Elden Ring called Elden Ring Reforged. And Elden Ring is a difficult game without Reforged on top of it. You go on to say, I find this game is in the same difficulty due to open world caves and ways of preparing yourself to progress, to prepare yourself for progressing in the story. Yeah, like the systems are different, right? The systems are different, but like the premise is the same. You have to prepare for your boss fights, and really in Tears of the Kingdom, you're not so much preparing for boss fights. So far, we've had the tools needed to do them all, like right there. It's just been, the places themselves have a lot of preparation or some preparation required. But yeah, that's a totally great comparison. If you like Elden Ring, if you like the open world nature of Elden Ring, I think you'll really like what you come to experience in Tears of the Kingdom. Mr. Jason says following the dungeon story and doing the dungeons isn't even required. Too true, Mr. Jason. Yeah, you could just go straight to the end boss. You could literally do it like 3 hearts, no powers, and only like the barest scraps. Only the barest scraps required to beat the game. That's one of the nice things about Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild is if you know where the end game is. I missed that by like a hair. I keep doing that. I need to not do that. There are way too many things for me to talk about with Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, there are a lot of intricate mechanics. Even though they're disparate, like there's still a surprising amount of depth for how simple the mechanics are. And in honesty, if you're also a person that enjoys discovering mechanics in a game, so like for example, in Elden Ring, it takes a while for you to discover, I'm trying to think of a good one for this. It might take you a while before you discover how the great runes work, because you don't even have to you don't even have to use them if you don't want to. Like there's no reason to do that. Let me go back and grab the hover bike here, and then we can keep moving. Gotta find it. It's like here-ish. I really don't want to lose another vehicle today. Link, I need you to work with me, bud. Mr. Jason says there's quite a bit of depth to this game, Mr. Coin. Too true. We have a joke counter around here as well. So if people like cracking jokes, regardless of what kind of applause noise they're getting, I put them on the counter. I just implemented that today. And Mr. Jason and Mr. Shiny have already kind of started putting that counter through its paces. Did we actually make 6 jokes? There is no... I feel like I'm off by 1. Where is the hover bike? I know we had it somewhere. Did it despawn? Hold on, let me climb up a little bit more. I say hover bike, but it's a Zonai device. There's lots of stuff to this game. I'm almost afraid to name drop a bunch of stuff for fear of spoilers. I think our hover bike nope, it's up there. I see it. I tagged mine with bright bloom seeds. They make light, and that has been incredibly useful for finding them. All right. Thank goodness. Even though we have 1,000-ish ore, that doesn't mean I like wasting Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean I like wasting I like wasting resources. That always sucks. And that's especially true in Elden Ring as well. Yeah, for those that don't know, I told it to Hisik earlier, but I am an off again, on again, like challenge runner for Elden Ring Reforged. I was routing fire spells only for Elden Ring Reforged. Like new game, fire spells only before the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC dropped and everything. Let me just make sure I've got my eyes on this. Right? I'm looking at the right spot? Okay, no, it's up above. That's what's going on. Nice. Love that for me. Let's not run into, like, lampposts. I guess that's a smashing good time.
Sure, Jan.
Yeah, that was bad. I'm not even putting that on the counter. That's awful. I also try to crack a joke every so often, but that doesn't necessarily mean I do it well. Mr. Jason says I'm losing. What about a Shurjan counter? I feel like that would occupy too much of the screen, if I'm being honest, Mr. Jason. But that is a consideration to think about. Whoa, I missed what you were saying. Tag things helps it helps against things like despawning, Mr. Coin, especially if you use dragon parts. Yeah, we haven't gone dragon farming yet. That's a whole new thing altogether. Hisik asks, can you keep your vehicle or do you have to craft it every once in a while? So Zonai vehicles and devices, I'll kind of go over that. These are all the Zonai devices. Think of them as like parts to build things with. These are all the things that have like a mechanical effect to them. Flame emitters, frost emitters, shock emitters, wheels, and so on. You staple things together with Ultra Hand, and then you can take it out you could do lots of different things with the stuff you build. Rule of thumb with vehicles or other things you build is if you stay in the overworld, like you don't go through a loading screen, you're fine. So there are 3 levels of map: the skies, the surface, and the depths. None of those require a loading screen to go through. If I go through a loading screen, this disappears. It's gone. If I were to build, instead of, say, a hover bike, right? Let's say I were going to build, like, a combat vehicle like this. Or even something pre-built, like a pre-built spec, like a hovercraft. It doesn't matter what I build. If I go through a loading screen, it's gone. And what are the loading screens exactly? If I fast travel anywhere, loading screen. If I step into a shrine, loading screen. Or if there are other things that force a loading screen for whatever reason, then I'll lose this. Generally. I still don't know all the particulars, but the general rule of thumb after playing this for like 260 hours is it's fine. You can keep the devices you built if you don't go through a loading screen. Also, the other part of that is if you build another Zonai device, I'll just do that right now as a demonstration. It's totally fine. Oh, I could just build another one. Wait, wasn't there a rule about there only being one Zonai device at a time? I'm learning new things every day. Or I'm pretty sure the game told this stuff to me and I just forgot it, is what it really is. But in some circumstances, you can only have one Zonai device at a time. So there are other instances where you might not be able to keep what you've built. I know I rambled on a while, but I hope I answered your question, Hisik. It's basically just don't go through a loading screen, and in some instances, don't build another Zonai device when you've got one, and you're good. Mr. Jason says, what about a Shurjan? Oh, no, I already read that. I don't know, Mr. Coin. You do seem to achieve quite a big number of Shurjan in a stream. Too true. Too true. I just don't think it merits a counter. Let me put it that way. Boyo says, okay, I'm gonna leave now. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for stopping by, Boyo. My apologies for taking a second to, reply to that. That's my bad. I need to control this first. I'm gonna just move this back. Do rest well, and do be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if for whatever reason I don't see you again, do take care of yourself. And I'll see you next time. Wow, we're actually running a bit low on bows. I'm gonna need to go and find some. Hisik says, I gotcha. Makes sense? Good, good. I'm glad I'm making sense. I can be quite the fast talker. I am pretty sure that there's a balloon up here. Let's see. I can be a little bit hard to follow sometimes just because of how fast I talk. I try not to talk quickly, but when my tendency is to do that, it is hard to do it. I'm a creature of habit. What can I say? One of the really nice things about Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, or the Wild Engine games, is that you can play as much or as little of the game as you want once you understand what brings about the end of the game. I'm marking 6 more Koroks. I'm following a map to help me along with all this. If people are wondering what the heck I'm doing, it's that. There's one. It looks like it's like right here, maybe. And I do intend on showing off everything that this game has to offer. Nice Korok friend. Where do we need to find the real one? Over there? Yeah, we flew by that one a few times. That's making some sense. Okay. There are lots of things to show off. Weapon and armor upgrades. Not weapon upgrades. Armor upgrades. Armor upgrades. You know, all the key items. Like every schematic and blueprint known to man for your auto builder. All the various powers, the story. There's lots of stuff to do in Tears of the Kingdom. There are lots of things to do in this game. I kind of find it to be a bit of a bloated game, but I'm finding things to enjoy about it that keep me busy, and I'm not thinking quite so much about the game being bloated. Kind of like how Elden Ring is a huge game, and you get caught up in thinking about how to solve certain problems, and you're not spending time thinking about how big the game is and how there is entirely too much to do at some points. That is Unoboko HQ. There's one like right here. And I guess with a game like this too, you'll also come to find there are a lot of idiosyncrasies. By that I mean individual quirks that might make the game more annoying for you. I've done exactly the same thing. As I've found things that are annoying. The same was true of Elden Ring back when I was streaming that, like, baseline. And even when I was doing it with Reforged, there were still some things that the mod didn't smooth out. And given the things that Reforged did change, it made the game very complicated and very cumbersome at times. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I've now purchased every Megastone in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Nice, nice. And then you wonder if Aelin will join us today? Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be along at some point, asking me if I've rammed any bitches or something. You know, wanting an explosion on the screen. Certain things are becoming a fixture in this stream that I, if I'm being honest, like, it's not like cussing's a taboo for me or anything, but I never would have imagined ramming bitches to be a staple sentence on my channel, like, ever, at all. Over the 8 years I've been doing this, not at all. Okay, where am I on the map? I am over here. Okay. All right. So let's look around for what the game is going to ask us to find. I'm sorry. Okay, one neat little quirk is that NPCs really don't like it when the Zonai devices or powers are being used near them. They'll freak out. A lot of them will just cower in place. I didn't know the rolling Gorons would run away. That I've never seen an NPC do that before. Even in Breath of the Wild, I've never seen an NPC like run. They usually just, you know, shiver in place or like shake in place and wait for it to stop. That was funny. That caught me totally off guard. Mr. Jason says I'll have to BRB, Mr. Coin. Need to go wash up some pots? No problem, Mr. Jason. Take your time. And hopefully the washed pots are washed in a way that pleases you. All right, time for work. A working heart is a happy heart. No work, no grub. That's what I always say. No, you can't eat if you don't work. Yes, I'm moving you. Where were you separated? Way over there. Yes, yes. Let's get you onto the hover bike so that I can go about my business. Right here. And really, once you get established with this game, for anyone, just anyone listening in general, there's like a gameplay pattern, right? Of where you'll like do the story for a while, and then if you're like me, or even an average person will at least spend some time doing quests and things. You'll spend some time doing non-main quest, main story related stuff. And then you'll go back and do the main story stuff, rinse and repeat. And then if you get more detailed with the loop than that, there will be points where you have to go and grind. There will be some points where you won't be allowed to grind for things. And depending on how much or how little of the game you do, determines how much or how little of the how much or how little grinding you have to do. I'm gonna like mark these first, and then I'm gonna figure out what Koroks I've just grabbed. Did I not grab? I didn't even grab the correct one. I grabbed a totally different one. Like all the way over here. Yeah, I grabbed a completely different pair of Koroks. I was not even intending to do that. Whoopsie. I do have an order I try to do things in. And for most people, you'll either find this kind of gameplay loop relaxing. Nice. You'll either find this type of thing relaxing, or you'll find it too tedious, and you won't do it. That's usually how it goes with open world titles. The same is true of Elden Ring, right? You know, once you explore each region, there's a pattern. You have to go through and find whoever the shard bearer is, right? You have to go find the shard bearer. Come on, Unobo, where are you? Nice. You go find your shard bearer. If you've got a great rune, you'll have to find a different place to activate it. You don't even have to activate the great rune if you don't want to. And rinse and repeat. And if you know where the end of the game is, you can get to it very quickly, or you can do what I do with Elden Ring and take your time. Even with the challenge runs that I was doing, right, with Elden Ring, even with those, I would find that, I couldn't, speed through something. I also don't do well in enemy gauntlets, period. So running from place to place, avoiding every single enemy under the sun just doesn't work for me. I've tried. We're going all out of order here. I'm going to try to restore some order. And I am not at all headed the correct direction. We need to head this way. There's a certain play pattern that comes with open world games like this, or Elden Ring, or Skyrim, or so on. And once you figure out what the play pattern is, you either learn to like it, or you put it down and don't touch it again. So here's a great follow-up question I can probably ask about that. How do you guys feel about open world games? Well, regardless of what other subgenres they have, whether they're RPGs, action-adventure titles like this, etc. How do you guys feel about open world games? Do you generally like them? Don't like them? It kind of depends on the game. I find for me, it usually depends on the game. Though I also generally like open world titles. There are some games where I'm like, okay, this is too much open world. We didn't need all that. Like, really and truly, we didn't need all that. Okay, I'm like here, but oh, I know what's going on. Yep, I know exactly what's going on. I have found the sauce, and the sauce is Ascension. Oh, and for those that are new to like Zelda, and specifically like the Wild era Zeldas, oh, you guys are gonna love the powers you get in Tears of the Kingdom. My favorite one is Ascend. You can just literally like warp through material. You can literally warp through things. It is a super cool ability. I like it a lot. Okay. That's all marked and taken care of. But yeah, if open world games, going back to my previous point, it really just does depend on you know, how it's constructed, how well made it is. Something like Skyrim, even though it's buggy, right? Even though it's buggy, you know, there was enough joy and care put into the, you know, the quests. Not to mention, you know, even when you get past that, right? There are mods that you can add to make the gameplay experience just so much better that even if the base game isn't worth all that much, the mods ensure that it is worth a whole lot more. I'm just gonna drop that down. Okay, I'm looking for something else apparently. Maybe it's like underneath here. Let's see. Yeah, I can make it out. With the offering plate is what we're looking at here. Oh no! Oh no. I was supposed... They literally left me a pot to do that. Wait, the offering pots are usually... The offering plates usually want fruit. Or some other, like, object. I have to actually, like, lose the hover bike here. And like, load the area again. Wow. I did not know that. I guess it just goes to show you should pay attention. I thought the offering item for the plate would have been inside the pot, right? Like they wouldn't have broke pattern like that. But hey, the devs are paying attention and decided to do something spicy. I enjoy it. I hope everyone has been enjoying the gameplay and the commentary today. I have been working hard to make sure the experience is a good one for everyone. I hope people of all stripes enjoy it, whether you're a veteran of the game or you're a newbie. I like The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom has a lot to offer its audience if you give it a chance. And again, you're allowed to give it as much or as little of a chance as you want. You're allowed to play as much or as little of the game as you want. And see all the bits you want to see. One thing I will say is Tears of the Kingdom is a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild, so if you pick up Tears of the Kingdom first, you may struggle to understand some things that have happened in the game, but that it's not necessarily like bad if you miss out. It's just some things will make less sense to you. Oh, 380 more to go. I think we can forgo the Koroks seed until... Okay, yep, we're gonna have to make a hover bike. That's fine. Why is it pointing at... Oh, it's saying that there's one in that direction. Okay. All right, Mr. Korok, let's figure out where your friend is. Yes, we know you can't move. I don't know how the game is gonna... So usually with these Korok pairs, like half of them have like an intended, that is fantastic. You know, let's demonstrate that we can build this with actual parts. Auto build's also really nice. You can use Zonite ore to build your machines, or you can build them out of the actual devices. Both work great. If you have a ton of ore, you can save on parts. I hit it with an arrow and didn't actually put a bright bloom seed on it. And I'm starting to run a tad low on arrows. Nice. The game is really flexible. Tears of the Kingdom is really flexible in, you know, how you can approach problems. At the same time, though, you can, you know, be stuck dealing with choice paralysis. Like, that could be a problem as well. Just gonna fly up and deposit you and then move about our business. Yes, yes, my lovely Korok friends. We are over here. Now get off my hover bike. Oh. I am not letting you get away, Mr. Hoverbike. Not today. Now, for those that maybe don't know, you know, too much about me, my name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. I've been streaming on... I've been streaming for 8 years. I've been streaming most of those, if not... well, I've been streaming all of them on Twitch. But... I've been streaming collectively on Twitch and YouTube for about 3-4 years now, out of like my 8, so like about half the time. And then before that, I was streaming separately to YouTube with different content before that. So I've been doing this a long time. I am an RPG and action-adventure enthusiast. Those are the games I generally enjoy playing. I do dabble in other like genres. I've played Doki Doki Literature Club. I've played you know, Stanley Parable. I've even dabbled with like PUBG and a few other things. I have played other stuff. But my bread and butter is RPGs, ARPGs, CRPGs, you know, JRPGs, FRPGs, if you guys like Claire Obscura. I have not had an opportunity to play yet, but once I get my gym membership established, I will definitely be buying some games for the audience. Whether console, PC, etc. Anything, any platform at all that contains like an RPG, like any kind of RPG at all. I think it's this one right here. Yeah, got it. Right off the bat while I was talking. I'm proud of that. Whether it be Baldur's Gate 3, the Fallout franchise, Final Fantasy 15, and so on. I've played a lot of different kinds of games over the years, and you know, I enjoy what I bring to the audience, and I've only gotten better at my craft. You know, I've gotten worse at the entertaining aspect of my craft, but I've gotten better at, you know, what I'm wanting to get out of my craft, so to speak. I am a walkthrough Let's Play channel. That's what I focus on. And I try to not only show, oh, this is me playing a video game. I try to, like, show off the other stuff about the game. For example, with Lies of P, another Souls-like, I went through and, you know, had some resources for if people wanted to read about the adventures of Pinocchio written by Carlo Collodi, they had access to that. You know, we did sometimes discuss the real literature. I talked about how Disney hammed up Jiminy Cricket as being like this really huge thing in the tale, when in the actual book written 100+ years ago by Carlo Collodi that the talking cricket only had 2 appearances, and after that, after the second appearance, you know, it got killed. It got smushed. But I think either Pinocchio flung a frying pan at it or a shoe. I remember getting squished to death. And Disney did not. The original tale was really cruel and quite mean. It's the tales of yesteryear are not like the tales of today, where gruesome deaths were allowed to be depicted through word or through visual medium. A lot of that stuff was forbidden. A lot of that stuff is forbidden or doesn't sell well today. There's a huge to-do about that. I know I just marked. There it is. It's down there. Or with Steel Rising, which was another Souls-like. That was also kind of like a sub-theme of the channel. I play a lot of Souls-like games. Soulsborne titles. I do play a lot of that. I have beaten Dark Souls 3 on this channel before. I have beaten Dark Souls 1 on this channel before. I have a long and storied and ultimately not glamorous history on Twitch and YouTube. So sorry. I'm joking around. I'm being a bit of a spinster on that, but if you guys like that sort of stuff, I think you'll enjoy being here at the here on the channel. I do have a Discord if you guys want to join that. If you guys hadn't considered joining it, it's a pretty quiet community. We're just gonna, can I aim that correctly? Oh my god, those what? But I incinerated them. There should be bat wing everywhere. Hold on, we're gonna park and take a good long look at that. Okay, we did manage to wipe out a whole bunch of them. Good. But we vote on things in the Discord. I am looking to cultivate it one community member at a time. So if you like quiet Discords and you want to, stay up to date with when I go live and everything, because my Twitch schedule on the Twitch channel is for when you can expect me to go live. And while I'm generally accurate with the YouTube posting, sometimes things happen. I update the calendar 90% of the time. It is very, very accurate. And that calendar is available on my Discord, among other things. Okay, what's going on with this? I'm gonna leave that be, and we're gonna grab our next Korok. I do stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. through 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's 4 hours a day. I forgot to activate the gift sub special. That's what I forgot to do. I keep forgetting to do that because I've never had to do anything for the September gift sub special before. Twitch is a weird place lately, man. Also, I just have to say, for anyone that's been following events on Twitch, there's a second one and it's somewhere over there. For anyone who's been following TwitchCon, following Emiruz, that's a famous streamer's, assault and battery. What am I missing? I should... Is this slightly off center? Oh my god, it was slightly off center. That makes me mad. Please don't come here and defend her getting assaulted with someone with an actual freaking knife. She also almost got... Well, no. The guy that decided to stab her or try to stab her did also try to sexually assault her. I don't care what... I don't care what kind of defense anyone has. Like, nobody should be SA'd, period. Nobody should be SA'd. Nobody should have to go to a TwitchCon and fear getting stabbed. Like, ever at all. That is so bad. And I want, you know, the Twitch CEO, Dan Clancy, to answer for that. I want him to learn from that. In the form of getting fired. I want a new CEO who's not going to let that bad stuff happen ever again. But if he does stick around, if Mr. Clancy does stick around, I want him to pay attention and wake the hell up and stop acting like a deranged CEO who's only in it for the profit. And if he can't do that, he should voluntarily step aside and, you know, not have his head on a CEO swivel all day. Sorry, I'm gonna like stop talking about that now, but there are plenty of other streamers and content creators who have talked about Emiru stabbing a lot more, or like almost stabbing a lot. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. I highly encourage people to go watch, I want to say Moist Critical talks about that a great deal. There are quite a few other React streamers that also have commented on, you know, the TwitchCon scandal with Emiru and everything, and their opinions are a lot more solid than mine. Okay, it's literally like right here. We're actually getting quite close to wrapping up all these Koroks seeds. Almost. We've got a few more on the outskirts to get, and then we should be good to go. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. You dodged most of that conversation, which is good. How did the pot washing go? I trust it went well. There is one literally right here. Are these tiny little dots? No, they're not shrines. Okay. I thought there might be like a way to like parse those on the map, but no, there's just not. Okay. Yeah, it's just, it shouldn't be rocket science. And then, you know, even if sexual assault at the TwitchCon hadn't occurred, right? Let's say it was just an attempted stabbing. There should not be people cheering or defending the lack of security there. Oh, and for anyone thinking that TwitchCon was a place where things made sense, you apparently were not allowed to have your own security there, and they just also didn't hire security for TwitchCon, like at all, during the past couple years. So it's just a matter of time before something happened, quite honestly. And I'm surprised it took 2-ish years for that to be the case. This world is going to hell. This world is going to hell. And there is not a single thing that modern society can do about it. And it sucks. It stinks. I hate it. I wish people would, you know, grow a brain. You guys have probably heard the sentiment of grow a pair. I don't want people to grow a pair. I want people to grow a brain and actually use it. That type of stuff makes me mad. But in all seriousness, I'm going to move on from that topic now. Again, that stuff's on YouTube. Moist Critical, I believe, talks about it. Definitely go check that out. I would like to actually... grow a pair would still work if it were referring to a second brain cell, Mr. Coin. Too true. It's this one right here. Too true, Mr. Jason. It would actually work because the people that are celebrating or defending, you know, Twitch's bad decisions about TwitchCon this year, clearly do not have a pair of brain cells between them. And I am deeply disheartened and saddened by this. Any scientist can grow cells these days, after all. Too true. Too true. And actually, that's probably the case now more than ever before, because we're at a point where we can 3D print tissue. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine senators, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do take those around here. I really want to thank people for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Since this is the second hour, I do take care of all the major shilling around at that time. So I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow. And of course, you guys being here, watching the content, and hanging out with me has been more than enough. But if you guys do feel like being financially generous, I have a bunch of different avenues that you guys can use in order to do that, to be generous. For those of you on Twitch and YouTube, there are 2 places to check for the link tree. The link tree is how I've consolidated most of those avenues. For you guys on Twitch, there should be a Linktree link underneath the video player on the bottom right-hand corner of the banner before you get to the tabs or other information. Click on that. You can fiddle around with all that stuff. For those of you on YouTube, if you check the description toward the bottom, there will be a Linktree link right there that you can click on. I highly recommend, if you are going to be financially generous, Patreon or Coffee is the best bang for your buck. If you really like my work more than anything else, and you're wanting to support me and not necessarily the platform, right? For $1 a month, you get your name on the plaques that I read out at the start of each stream. You guys get Discord benefits. You see thumbnails that I make earlier than expected, and so on. And for those of you on Patreon and Coffee, I am working hard to bring you some semi-exclusive content. Content that is strictly long form and available at your viewing pleasure. I'm just having to take a lot of time to edit it out, and also I've got other things in my life that make it not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to sit down and edit. I've got a huge tabletop campaign I'm trying to write material for right now, so it's eating up a lot of my time as well. But I'm working hard to bring you guys content on those other platforms as well. There's also a lot of baked-in stuff on Twitch too, subscriptions and all that fun stuff. If you are willing to shell out $6 a month for the Tier 1 subscription, you don't have to sit through ads. You get some sweet emotes that I've drawn up myself, and all other kinds of business. Finally, the commercial breaks are 3 minutes long. I get up and stretch during those, so I highly encourage us all to take a break at the exact same time. There's a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen at the top of the hour, along with a screen transition. And when that timer hits 0, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get back to the gaming, because that's what people care about more than anything else. Let me go ahead and just mark that off wherever I can find it. I apparently did the wrong one. No, I did I did one of them in the incorrect order. That's fine. Oh, and of course, again, I really do appreciate everybody putting up with the shilling and everything. I know that's not something we all want to sit through or anything. I know that can be boorish, but I do need to do it. And so for those that do sit through that don't tune out, I do appreciate that. I appreciate everyone, but I appreciate the people that stick through that even more than before. Just because, again, I'm just gonna toss that over and deal with the slight bit of burn. Grab this ore real quick, because I need every gemstone I can find. And we're gonna keep on with the gaming up until the commercial break. We've probably got around 60 seconds or so before the commercial break happens. If I didn't have to do the commercial breaks, I wouldn't. I would do them in a way where people know that the breaks are for me more than for them. But speaking of the commercial break, I'll have to see you guys afterwards. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. Apparently there is a 2-second desync between the like the Twitch ads being done and the timer. I don't know why there is a 2-second discrepancy. We've had up to like 5-second discrepancies on this before, but it's just if people are like, why isn't he back yet? The timer's gone. That's why there's a discrepancy, and that's what I'm waiting for before I sit back down at my desk and we pick up where we left off. Let me catch up on chat. Let's check YouTube first. Nothing appears to have changed on the YouTube side. Mr. Jason says, I've counted all your megastones, and if you've not miscounted, you do in fact now have 61 out of 62 currently available megastones in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Nice. Nice. What stone are you missing? Since it's like, there's clearly one remaining. I'm just curious. There is a second one that is like right up here. Or actually, I think it might even be up here now that I'm looking at it. You won't see purely due to spoilers. Fair enough. Fair enough, Mr. Jason. Yeah, I'm not gonna care about the spoiler, but I appreciate you looking out for other people that are maybe playing the game. So yeah, you feel free to DM me that if you want. I'll leave that up to you. Okay, we need to move quick. There, easy. Every time. Wasn't even that hard to look for. I'm going to trust that... Is there one I must have hovered over or went over the mark without actually, like, doing anything. Also, I see you over there, Mr. Stallnox. You're getting a skull so I can deal with you later. There is another mechanic in this game we've actually not learned yet, believe it or not. There's another mechanic in this game that we have not learned. I know I've unfortunately spoiled myself. I've glanced over the words too many times not to know what it is. But when we find that mechanic, oh, some of you guys are gonna pop a gasket over it. I'm not going to allude any further either. Okay, we have 2 more before we've got to mark off some new ones. Just real quick while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna crack open my phone real quick. So I need to know how long we have on the vote item on my Discord. So under the voting on content, we have 24. Actually, it's worse. We have about 24 hours before that vote item comes to pass. So if you guys want to decide on where we're going next, especially if you're subscribed on Twitch or you're paying through a different means and you want your vote to be heard, you're running out of time to do that. You know what? Let's take a break and follow these guys. I'm curious. What could you possibly need right now? Mr. Jason says, DM sent for your viewing when you have a moment. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Jason. We're right in the middle of a monster control mission. Hold on. Link? Link, it's you. Do you remember me? It's Torin. We met at Hyrule Castle. We were looking for Princess Zelda. Does this mean you came to help us? Well, I can help. Right now, we're approaching a swarm of monsters up ahead. After we close in on their base, we begin our attack. We plan to begin our attack, excuse me. If you're up for it, Link, we could join forces and give these hideous monsters the boot together. Monsters have infested Eldin, and Torin is leading his squad on a mission to attack their stronghold. The squad plans to get closer to the stronghold first and then launch their attack. Head for the stronghold with the monster control crew. I'm pretty sure we definitely did this out of order, but it's fine. I'm just gonna bring this with me. Maybe park it outside the cave. Ah, this is cool. I know this is technically a cave, but you know, we're following a quest. And it's a nice break from doing a bunch of like piddly little tasks. Are you guys following me? Join the squad and help them take down every last monster. Oh, we will, all right. I'm gonna trust no one heard that. I heard a siren outside. All right. No, I don't want to do that. I want to... Let's turn this on easy mode, shall we? Also, let's do maybe this one. It's 1, 2, 3, and then we can just kind of storm them. Also, I'm doing this so soldiers don't just, like, destroy a bunch of materials by accident. More than anything. These puff shrooms are amazing. Keep it going. Monster encampments or like monster strongholds are also kind of a new thing with Tears of the Kingdom. It's really quite a nice break from just finding something and having to deduce it's a stronghold. Here in Tears of the Kingdom, they'll just tell you. They'll just tell you it's a stronghold. We did it. That was the very last one. We won. Everyone fought so bravely. Link came in with puff shrooms and made the fight a complete joke. I'll say it. I wanted more of a challenge. Thank you for your help, Link. If you don't mind, can I have a moment of your time? Sure thing, my man. Oh. You did the hardest part of the work here. I really can't thank you enough, Link. Oh. By the way, Link, I couldn't help but notice you don't seem to be carrying that famed sword of yours. I'd heard you'd have the legendary sword that seals the darkness. Can't talk today. And yet, what you're carrying now doesn't look like it would be considered legendary. Never mind me. I should know better than to judge things based on looks. I'm very sorry. Here, allow me to give you this reward for all you did. Really? Without your help, Link, I'm not sure we would have been able to complete our mission. Well, we make for the Akala span in northeast Akala next. We'll try to defeat as many monsters as we can. Farewell for now. I hope we cross paths again someday. May the goddess Hylia always protect you, brave swordsman. Dun da 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 da. Complete. The Monster Control Crew Squad, led by Torin, is heading to the Akala Span in Akala, found in the northeast region of Hyrule. They plan to attack a group of monsters there. If you join them, you can lend a hand with their monster control mission. Cool. And now we're going to completely ignore any and all relevant information for that. And we are going to grab everything not nailed down. Classic RPG trope right there. Just take anything that you want to sell. Just take it all. Just look at all this loot. This nice, shiny loot. Oh, speaking of loot, a game I would like to, play for you guys at some point is like the Crown of the Magister Solasta. That's like a really fun. It's not Baldur's Gate, it doesn't have that much production value, but it's pretty good, and the mods make it so much better. So many more things are a result of. So many more fun things can be had because of the mods, the mod authors doing their work. How many bright bloom seeds do we have anyway? We're actually really close to a full stack of them. About 2 more and I'll stop picking them up for now. They could just pass them by. Oh, I forgot there were some horns back here that we left behind during our initial, like, our initial run through the cavern and everything. Or not initial run through, but like the first clump of enemies that were right here before going to the back. Okay, these are our last 2 bright bloom seeds. Get exactly 2 of them. And then we could sell that nice stack of bright bloom seeds later. Won't that be nice? While I'm here, if people don't mind me geeking out over something totally unrelated to Legend of Zelda, I told you guys before on like a handful of occasions that I am now the brand new owner of a campaign reboot for Pathfinder First Edition. That part I may not have expressly said, but yeah, I've been a DM for about as long as I've been streaming, actually. I DM Pathfinder First Edition, mainly. And... okay, I definitely know there is a... there's gotta be a bubble frog in here. I just need to focus up and we'll find the area that we need to find in here. Is that a lizard? That's a lizard. And we're starting in we're gonna be doing some like prologue events, but chapter 1 is gonna take place in the Whistling Plains, which I thought was a desert. I'd used a fan map for a while. Turns out it's actually not a desert. And I learned there are a whole litany of creatures inside the Whistling Plain. Lots of sentient ones, in fact. So I had the rather clever idea of making a new species of gnoll, the sand song gnoll. I suppose for the Pathfinder 2E people, those would be the Kolos, Kholo. They're upright hyena folk. That's mainly. Oh, we have found our bubble frog. He is up here. Yeah, I'm making a whole new race, and I use a software called Hero Lab to help me do all that stuff. It's really cool. It's a really nice feature, really nice bit of software. However, making races is like a whole to-do in there. I have to learn a lot of like replica code and stuff like that. Don't even think about it. Nice. Okay, that monster den is taken care of. We could get out of here in just a hot minute. I want to mine first. And, you know, grab the non-bright bloom seed things. I don't want 2 stacks of items. We already have that problem with the ore, and I don't have any way to, like, put it into a different stack. Just kind of stuck. So, I'm wanting to, like... Ooh, now that I'm thinking about it, the treasure's probably in a cave, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna need to do something about that. Soon. So if I poke around, right, there's the cook pot. Let me look back at this. It's probably a side quest, yeah? The hidden treasure at Lizard Lakes. One brother hunts what the other brother hides. Two lizards fighting over what's inside. Halfway up the mountain. Okay, so we'll want to look for a cave that's not anywhere near where the two lizards are. But this lizard if we look at this lizard is like the intact one, right? They're hiding. This lizard is hiding something that this other lizard is probably in a position to fight over. By the way, I hope everyone enjoys the thumbnail. I've been trying to get back, continually practice and assess my thumbnail making. I worked pretty darn hard on today's thumbnail. I took a picture of I took an overhead shot of the 2 lakes that someone had posted, and I I turned them into act like as best as I could, real lizards. All facsimiles of real lizards anyway. Let's grab these 2 Koroks seeds, and we will then go grab that shrine down there that I'm seeing. Gee, this is riveting. Hold on. I got the perfect soundboard for this.
Gee, this is uplifting.
Oh, rest in peace, Daruk. Rest in peace, my good man. The icon of Bara smut everywhere. Yes, we know. You're over there. I'm just gonna attach you to the thing. Actually, I wonder... It'll even keep the bright bloom seeds on it? Oh, that's nifty. I am loving that. Amazing work. Okay, I need the Korok to not, weigh down my steering, please. When, physics are a strange thing in this engine. There are things that make intuitive sense, and then there are things that... I guess it all makes intuitive sense if you know the engine, right? But if it doesn't make intuitive sense, that's gonna be a problem. Got it. We're gonna go grab this luminous ore, because I'm sure we're gonna need a lot of that. Okay, we can go ahead and mark that one off. Wow, maybe 3 days was right on the nose, too. Because if we look at this, we really only have a few. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Korok seeds. We have 5 left over to grab, and then we've got all the underground caves and stuff to do. Yeah, I think 3 days is absolutely about right for that. I'm actually surprised I managed to get as many Korok seeds done today as as we have gotten done. We had 603. We're approaching the 30-40 Korok seed mark today. In fact, it's gonna be that. I'm gonna go. I already see what we need to do. It's literally right there. Right up there. All right, let's take a break from finding Korok seeds and let's go do a shrine. I wonder what puzzle we're gonna have. This is surely not gonna be a blessing. It's gonna be a puzzle of some kind. We have 635 Korok seeds. I knew I was missing count somewhere. Oh, alignment. So shrines are kind of a cool thing as well. They usually have a chest somewhere buried in them that we have to find. One shrine has had like multiple chests, but only one of them has had multiple chests. Usually there's just a chest that you have to go find in order to call the shrine complete. And then your goal is to just make it through and, you know, solve the puzzles. Let's take a look around and just kind of see what's going on here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, this is a very minor spoiler for Pokemon Legends Z to A. There is a trainer named Manny or Manny, it's Manny, in Pokemon Legends Z to A, who is a fan of a trainer named Canary. And someone made a post on Reddit with a picture of Manny, and it says, I'm so glad we finally have Redditor representation in Pokemon. Wait, are these Redditor people? Are these like actual like Redditors in the Pokemon community, like really popular ones? That's really hilarious if that's the case. Okay, we actually do need to align these. Right there. And we send through. Let's see what's waiting at like the kind of the top of the rod. Also, that is funny. Many Canary is what I'm thinking of when I think of that. Just reading them as they're written. Nice Zonite longsword. Do I want to drop anything for it? I'm gonna break this. And I'm gonna pick up this new item. Jason says, I don't know, but this Manny seems like a big time, well, actually guy. Oh. Do they issue a lot of corrections? Well, actually, it is Canary. Oh, if you've been spitting jokes, they're so good, I've not noticed. Let me see. Referring back to a couple of previous statements you made, I knew about, no, not a joke. Okay. Oh, you're telling me I'm saying it wrong. Okay. Canary. It sounds like I'm saying, you know, Kunari, like the people from Dragon Age. Okay, that did work. Good. All right. Now I just need to align. Frick. I don't even think we really needed to do that. We could have just gone through the grating at the top, yeah? Let's see if I'm right. Probably didn't need to do any of that at all. Oh, you'd think you'd be able to do that. No? That's just an open face of the thing. Alright. Makes sense. Sorry for the gaffe on that one. Oh, I'm also doing the wrong one. It's fine. There's like a couple reversible ways to do this. No, that is incorrect. All right, let's see if we got it right. Or if I'm gonna end up slipping off the top. The top of this looks like not rounded very well. Never mind. The grading was false hope. I can be a bit dense sometimes. So sorry about that. I might have to get up in just a second and refill my drink. I am very low on that. I'm very low on beverage. All right, we actually have only 5 Korok seeds left. Let's mark those, and then we can start spelunking some caves and maybe take a break and do some of the other quests in town. Maybe we could do that. That one is like. Okay, I'm doing a check. Can you guys hear me properly? Oh yeah, there's a couple things that I missed for sure.
So it begins.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff was happening at once. So sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, in Pokemon Legends Z to A, you do battle zones and earn points to gain a challenger's ticket. And at some point in the game, you have to earn 50,000 points. Nice. Oh, Mr. Bear Type, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Sorry that you came in right during a disconnect. That's kind of a yikeroony on my part, but hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are wrapping up the last 4, if my eyes are not deceiving me, 4 Koroks before we move on to like the caves and stuff. We're cleaning up the Elden Mountains very, very nicely. But how goes things in your slice of terra firma today? Hopefully
Don't get excited.
Very well, Mr. Bear Type. Thank you for that redemption. Yeah, I do hope things are going well, generally speaking. And again, anytime, for those that were wondering where the heck did that noise come from, that's a soundboard redemption. Mr. Bear Type says, what are those J and P? I guess Koroks. So the J and P counter, Mr. Bear Type, is for the jokes and puns that we make over the course of a stream. Everyone's been talking about wanting a joke counter, and I finally got around to making one. So that's the joke and pun counter. So if people make a bunch of jokes, that number's going to rack up. It has nothing to do with Koroks. It's like a stream-related thing. Mr. Jason says, you're literally cleaning up Elden Mountain, Mr. Coin. You're taking the Koroks poop away. But yeah, that is a counter. I can increment it. I can decrement it. Decrement means to decrease something by an increment, by an interval. For those that don't know what that word means, increment does in fact have a negation of itself in English. And I can return it back to 0 if I want to. I'm going to put a question in the Discord for folks later about what people think regarding the joke and pun counter. Mr. Jason here had the thought of not resetting the joke and pun counter at all. Mr. Shiny suggested that maybe we keep like a running tally of the highest number of jokes and puns in a stream, and like keep the rest of the numbers as like comparisons while we do reset the counter, etc., etc. Like there are lots of different ways we could go about the joke and pun counter. So I'm curious what other people's thoughts are. I'm gonna leave the counter as an executive decision for myself, but I do at least want to hear what other people think about it, you know? It's that balance. Some things I don't think people need to worry about voting on, and some other things I think, you know, there's no benefit. Like, it ties down a community an incredible amount to vote on every little thing. Every little thing that a streamer does for their platform. It's fine. It's about finding balance, right? It's this lake right here. This is where the one we want to find. And then that one is over here. Maybe we can check out a mini game in the meantime. All right. It is... I see. I don't want to be, I definitely don't want to be making, I don't want to be having this nasty little lump of a Korok. Bear Type asks, oh, and yeah, we are in fact making it one big one at the end. Too true. Where am I going next after Eldon? Mr. Bear Type, I am glad you asked. On our Discord server, Mr. Bear Type, I'm putting up a vote for what you guys want to see next. There are 4 main places I've picked for us to go next. Number 1, we could go right to the next phenomena. Number 2, we could go over to where Lurlin Village is. Number 3, we could go to the Poplar Hills, aka Farron Woods. Or we could go to the Gerudo Highlands. Like, we could head there next. There are 4 places for us to go. And all of those are fantastic options. So far, with the votes, people have decided the votes are leaning towards going toward Lurlin next. Like, there are 2 votes for that in the voting for content channel on the server. So if you want to place your vote there, Mr. Bear Type, you totally can. You got a lot of things on the map. Yeah, I've been marking a lot of stuff. I've been marking a lot of stuff. I've been hammering away at it slowly. And of course, you know, on camera and off camera at the same time. I wonder if I want you to suffer in Farron. Well, if you want to make your voice heard, Mr. Bear Type, other than saying it here, of course, feel free to place a vote in the voting for content channel. Let me put the name of the hashtag in there for you. Now, it is a winner-take-all vote, and it is, like, single-choice voting, so make sure you click the one you want to see. I've spelled out each option pretty plainly. And at the end of tomorrow, because I think there's a day left on the voting item, I'll tally it up, and I'll declare the winner in the Discord server and everything. As a reminder, just to anyone who is voting on the vote item, if you are subscribed on Twitch with a Prime Gaming sub or better, or you are a Patreon or Coffee member and you are on the server. Like, I count all of those. Doesn't matter what amount. I add extra votes, 1 per person that is a patron, a Coffee member, or a Twitch subscriber. Like, I add all that up. So if you really want your voice heard, and this is a democracy, you can vote here. You know, chucking money at me is a good way to really ensure your voice is heard. Just for the record. Yeah, Lurlin has 2 votes, I believe, and if I'm right in what just happened, I believe Farron would be the next runner-up. And don't worry, I'm honest about the... Hello, is that a traveler's spear with an armor plate on it? Nice. I tell you guys when I announce the votes and when I announce the totals and everything, you know, if there are bonus votes and how many. Mr. Beartype says, do you know about the whole Super Mario Brothers 1 world record streak that there is right now? No, I generally don't keep up with Super Mario Brothers 1 records. Oh no. Okay, I need you back. That was about to be a hilarious turn of events. That was close. What's going on with the Super Mario Brothers 1 world record streak? Did someone actually manage to break it again? Because from what I understand about Super Mario Brothers 1 is that it's kind of a dead game when it comes to speedrunning. That doesn't mean there aren't people doing a speed run, but like the record is very, very set, and you almost need to like TAS it. That's a tool-assisted speed run in order to make like split-second optimizations on the world record. Mr. Beartype says, will someone beat the world record holder after 4 years? Yeah, I want you to turn around and do something else, Mr. Fire Breath Lizalthos. 1 second. Gotcha. And then the former world record guy got a tie in 2 years? Makes sense. No, stop tumbling down there. I'm gonna lose my hover bike if that keeps up. And in the same stream got another world record. So there's been a shakeup. Makes sense. You go on to say, and today when he did the next stream after getting the last world record, he got it in that stream in... that is the incorrect one. Shoot. I guess it'll be this one. Well, that's close. Yeah, I'm not wanting to stay around. You Octoroks can have your paradise. Oh, we found the thing. Let's do that. Yeah, that's actually pretty impressive. Do you know if there have been any reviews on, you know, the record? It's like this. Mr. Beartype says only 11 frames left for the TAS SMB1, and all of them are on the same level. Wow, nice. But generally, there's like, is there like ongoing record verification for those, Mr. Beartype? Like there are judges and panels and all that stuff. Mr. Beartype asks, what do I mean by reviews? So I'm going to use a different game as an example. There was an infamous Minecraft speedrun that happened during the COVID pandemic where essentially the guy got too lucky and his world record speedrun for Minecraft got challenged, and it turns out the seed was being manipulated. So you're telling me about all these records, You're kind of explaining the history of that, the history of those records. What I'm asking is, do you know of any ongoing, like, reviews for those world records and stuff? Like the most recent one, the statement you said today, quote, today when he did the next stream after getting the last world record, he got it in that stream in 2 tries. Generally, like, speedruns are submitted to a board for review. So I was just curious if you knew if there was a review or not. Mr. Jason says, I can't remember if I told you or not, Mr. Coin, but in Pokemon Legends Z to A, the most victories you got in a row in a single attempt was 29. Nice! Were they against easy opponents, or were they against, like, challenging, top-tier opponents? That doesn't diminish the review or anything. Or that doesn't diminish the thing, the feat. I'm just curious. Mr. Bear Type says, oh, I'm pretty sure the guy is clear. If you get a world record on a PC, you got to show all the mods that are there to be deactivated. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so he has gone through verification. That's a nice, like, snag on the, SMB1 task record then. Mr. Jason says, post-game opponents. Okay, so the hard stuff. Good. Again, not that a string of 29 victories in a row is diminished by having easy opponents, just doing that against harder opponents makes it all that much more believable and truly well earned of an achievement. Only 3 Koroks left in this region, and then it's time for the underground. I guess also we still need to figure out the object of today's thumbnail, right? Which would have been the treasure the lizards are guarding. Yeah, three for the region. 3 for the region. We still have 7. I'm sorry. My brain is not wanting to math all of a sudden. So we collect these 3. It'll be 639, 49, 59, 69, 79, 89, 99. So that's 60. 61. Mr. Bear Type asks, what are the J and P things? That is the number of jokes and puns that people on stream make. Whether that be, myself if they're particularly good, or you guys that crack any jokes or puns. I have a counter for that. and that counter is to track those. That's what that's for. It's like a fun stream thing. It's not pertinent to it's not pertinent to Tears of the Kingdom or anything, if that's what you're looking for. Okay, one is right up here. Is it a rock? I want whatever this is. So now you're at post game? Oh, no, that is a different person. My bad. I mean, everyone can make jokes. Everyone can contribute to that number. But the 2 people that do contribute to that number are usually Mr. Shiny and Mr. Jason. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Jason. You've got it. Anyone's welcome to joke around, to horse around and have fun in here. Anyone can contribute to the counter. Yes, Tulin, go ahead and get that over with. Stop blocking my examination button, Tulin. I'll dismiss you. That's another one down, and another one down, and another one bites the dust. Hey, hey. Sorry. Have fun with Tulin here. He's usually well behaved. He sometimes, like, gets in my way. But, I mean, as my sibling has already coached me, regarding my, you know, spectral companions, our lovely Vow of the Sages, we will be, absolutely struggling, to deal with, like, all of them out at once later. I bet I'm gonna probably have to dismiss some of them once it, like, keeps up, you know, once we get much further into the game. In terms of, like, the... Oh, right, I keep reading that question. That was directed at Mr. Jason. Excuse me. But I'm pretty happy with the progress we've made. I can't believe it's been 51 episodes, and we've only gotten 2 out of what probably is 5 sages. I still can't believe that. Mr. Bear Type says, I remember one time there was a weapon you dropped for a sec, and instead of picking it up, Tulin blew it away, and I never saw it again. Wow. I'm gonna murderize you with an ice fruit. Just because. Alright, let's turn around and go pick up our Korok friend that I know is over here. But yeah, but the Koroks are 63.7% done. Yeah, exactly. I think it's amazing progress. Because we've been actively doing them, right? I've been going back and making sure we haven't missed any. Same thing with the shrines. So far, they're really... If there are any shrines we have missed, they've been in, like, underground areas that we weren't quite doing yet, for the explicit reason of, oh, they're in a region we haven't discovered yet, right? If let's say we find a Korok and it's like down here, or not a Korok, a shrine. If there's a shrine and it's over here, I save it for later. I wait until we've discovered the region properly. It's just a pacing thing. What's my favorite region so far? Hebra. I know. People knew I liked Hebra in the last game. It hasn't changed. I'm generally a fan of snowy mountains and, you know, high altitudes. I generally love that sort of stuff. So I know my answer is the same, and it is boring, but it's the truth. Heber says, haven't been to Hebra at all. You haven't been to Hebra, although you've got it unlocked? I don't know why. Well, I mean, the beauty of Tears of the Kingdom, Mr. Bear Type, is that you can play this game in any order you like, right? You can do things in any order you want. You can even go right to the end of the game right from the very beginning. Just like in Breath of the Wild. You could go right to the end of the game if you know how. So I think it's really cool that I think that's really nice that in such an open world game, you know, you aren't confined to doing things in a linear way. Now, of course, if you don't do things in a prescribed way, it's definitely harder on you. There are some things you should do in a certain order, but you don't have to. Mr. Bear Type says, I think that's because you spent way too much time there. Also, after that, you did Gerudo Highlands, so you were probably sick of snow back to back. In Breath of the Wild, completely valid. All right, where's the third one? It's got to be, like, over here. Okay, where's this third balloon? It's here somewhere. This is totally not going to irritate me whatsoever. Sorry if I'm not being super chatty. I'll answer this in just a second. I'll answer stuff in a second. It's right there. Okay. I just couldn't see it from where I was. Make that 640 Koroks. If we get 50 more, I'm not going to be allowed to progress them any. He was hiding real good. That's too true, Mr. Bear Type. Too true. Now let's skedaddle before the Korok pinwheels drive me insane. Okay, we have that one there. So this shrine, like, right here is the next place we want to go. Let's make sure we got all the overworld shrines before we go checking out any caves. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I'm now halfway to completing Pokemon Legends Z to A's post-game battle challenge and earning 50,000 points each and battle 20 opponents. And then you get to battle your favorite Royale trainer. Nice. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I'm gonna reply to chat real quick, and then we'll...
It's against the law.
Yes, I know. Oh, we're in a no gear challenge. The Eventide challenge, that's right. I had to remember the name for a moment there. Mr. Bear Type asks, do you have the max inventory space? What's the max, by the way? 500? Yeah, something like that. A little bit, although I can't show it here because we're showing the base amount of slots here. Yeah, it's, 500 is about where you don't need to go find any more unless you just want to torture yourself. Like me. That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. Just like Coin. I know, right? Maybe you don't want to be a masochist, though. I like going for 100%, and that is kind of a, you know, that's flagellating yourself over the back with a whip or something. Sometimes, in some games. But, we do take commercial breaks, around here. On the channel at the top of the hour. There will be a timer at the top left-hand corner of your screen. When that timer hits 0, I will be back at my desk and we can continue gaming exactly as we were before. The commercial break truly will be over before you know it. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the exact same time, and there won't be any FOMO here. Well, actually, Mr. Coin, it's 579. Wow. Yes. That was my best impression of a Ken. That was like my impression of like a Karen or a Ken. So there you go. Yeah. I used to be one of those. Like a real. I used to behave like a real know-it-all. I was an insufferable teenager. I have matured, mellowed out, and things have gotten so much better for me socially since then. Don't even think about it. Okay, we're gonna drop this. Oh, all right. Gotcha. I'm just going to take all your stuff, Mr. Construct. Thank you very much. And what kind of... Okay. Probably this. That's probably sufficient. Mr. Jason says, I don't mean that in the negative connotation of that. But I would have loved to... Well, actually, from Mr. Coin from time to time. Yes, I know you didn't mean it that way, Mr. Jason. I used that as an opportunity to, you know, do an impression, which I hardly do because I'm very bad at them. That was like me being relatively uninhibited for a change. We're going to... You know what? I'll fuse a frost emitter. Sure. I don't foresee it lasting very long. What do we require anyway? Smash. Gotta ram some bitches. Is that what the game is telling us to do? Maybe? Just maybe? I'm probably not going to be able to finish before, you know, I have to pause it. But I'm going to do my best. Mr. Bear Type says, I'm trying to think if you've done this shrine before. All right, we're just going to back off. Get him. Oh. I will have to continue after the break. See you guys then. I'm back. Sorry about that. Mr. Bear Type says, let me just double check. Actually, I should double check YouTube first. Okay, nothing seems to have changed. Oh, I hope the late start, the 1 minute late start didn't cause things to muck up with that. I sure hope I'm sure hope people on YouTube are not chatting into the void. And if they are, I'm so sorry about that. As for Twitch chat, Mr. Bird Type says, I've been in the area, but this is not familiar. Fair. And then a no. Yeah, I tried to finish. I got 2/3 of the way there and then had to pause. Mr. Jason says, nah, I mean, I would have liked to see the, well, actually, Mr. Coin. Like a soundbite of it? You love your own, well, actually moments? Everyone loves their own, well, actually moments. It's the smugness. You get to be smug while saying, well, actually, it's this and not that. Well, getting all high, mighty, and maybe tipping the fedora a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to smashing some stuff. Cannot grab it. I climb this. I can't climb. What? Oh, you know what? You know what this is for? I can... Are they gonna make me use a bunch of ice platforms? Mr. Shiny says, welcome back, Mr. Shiny, by the way. Proving grounds are greater than tests of strength. I agree, because they can be more than just combat. Though I do like the combat aspect. Okay, let me... And I doubt this smashes anything. Ow, that definitely hurts. I doubt I can pin this up against anything either. Okay, we can. All right. I'm glad that everyone is also getting to know each other, for the record. That's nice. We're gonna just... It's nice that the community is getting to enjoy each other's company. Just gonna grab those. Oh, hush over there, Mr. Construct. You guys can wait it out. Just gonna do something like that. And then we're going to use this. And then we can take that off. Oh, you know what I could do? Insert the smug juzz right here. I can like, oh, I thought I was gonna be able to tip them over. I guess not. We can do this, though. Definitely not the intended way to solve this whatsoever. But it is an way to solve it. I wish that were a 100 IQ play I could make, but it's fine. Also, I want as many of the materials as possible because I'm not going to be able to keep anything else once it's over. If it works, it works. That's the beauty of the Wild Zelda games. Indeed, indeed. Mr. Jason says, I could see you were inclined to try that out. We're up to 9, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. We are up to 9. Also, oh, okay, there is a chest. Good, I was worried that we were gonna have to find one in here. The usual pattern for the proving grounds is a chest at the end, but... you know what? I'll drop the Zonite powered sword for this, sure. Sure. Mr. Shiny says, indeed, your presence gathers splendid people. Thank you, Mr. Shiny. Much appreciated. I mean, I don't know what else to do other than feel flattered by that. I like to think I am truly blessed to have the audience that I have. I have people that are way more comfortable making jokes and puns than I ever could be. I mean, I've gotten a bit more comfortable with making some of them, to be sure, but so in a way, you guys are helping me to be a better entertainer than I would have been alone. I think that's the beauty behind streaming, is that, you know, it kind of becomes a group activity once you find the right people. I'm being dead honest about that. Oh, did we just never get the shrine up there? We just never got the shrine up there. That's a pity. That's gonna have to be fixed. What emote is that? That's a nice looking heart. I wonder whose face is behind that. Is that the character, or is that the streamer's like brand image in the face? But I'm just curious as to what the emote is. Yes, the legendary one of the many legendary people in this community has been summoned. Yes, it's the stream's PFP. Okay, I thought it might have been the profile picture. That's a nice looking heart, though. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. At least, I hope you're better than you were, I believe it was either yesterday or the day before. And if not, you know, I'm going to do my best to try to make that better for you. You've come in at a good time. We've cleaned up all the Koroks seeds, and now we're doing all of the overworld shrines before we sorry, my brain is farting literally right now. Before we move to the caves and other stuff. You're doing good? Good, Aelin? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Especially given the state of the world these days. I'm really happy to hear everybody is doing relatively well. And you know, I finished my antibiotic schedule yesterday, so I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling better than I have been in a long time. I mean, I still have other health issues, but I feel great. But now the medical debt's gonna kick in real soon, and I'm gonna be a really sad person again. But at least I won't be dying. Did I ever try... Aelin asks, did I ever try the Cheez-It snapped ones? No, I can't say I have. I have had Cheez-Its before, but not like the, not some of the newer ones. I've had like the thin version of Cheez-Its. I don't know if those are the snapped ones or not. The most I could probably say I've had in terms of fancy Cheez-Its, like jalapeno or white cheddar. Both are fantastic, though my preference is for the white cheddar, of course. Mr. Shiny says, oh yeah, I keep forgetting that America doesn't have a free healthcare system. Nope, it sure doesn't. And I'm uninsured, so that's even worse. Aelin says those are the snapped ones. Oh, then they're all right. I generally enjoy the white cheddar ones. Sorry, I guess I just wasn't paying attention. I don't pay attention that much to the Cheez-Its. Sorry. I take it you generally like the snapped Cheez-Its as well, Aelin. And how about anyone else? Anyone else a Cheez-Its enjoyer? Mr. Jason says, I would tell you a joke about cheese, but it might not be mature. That is funny, but I was starting to overuse the applause, so I wanted to give you a different one. Yep. 400 plus bucks for that visit. And I have to set up a payment plan for that. Yay! For paying 400 on medical bills. Yikes! I hate that. What can I say except I hate that. I really want it out of here. You know, insert the delete that meme, but change up the words. Let me see. Are there any other messages I've missed out on? No, I believe we're good. I've caught up. Alan says the white cheddar is your favorite? Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I generally like the white cheddar Cheez-Its. They're quite good. Although I'm always on the lookout for new ones. Oh, I did miss something. Okay. Mr. Shiny says, I know many good cheese jokes. Call me a monster for that one. Double digits on the J&P counter today. Double digits on the J&P counter. Yes, we actually do spin that many jokes. This counter also confirms I do in fact have a funny audience that loves to make its puns. Oh yeah, speaking of which, there are a couple people that are new here, so I get to go over this. Mr. Bear Type already knows about the J&P counter at least a little bit. Alan, I also have the J&P counter. It's right below the Korok counter, where everyone had been asking for a joke counter, and so I finally had the time to make it. It's basic, but I think it works. I might replace J&P with like an actual icon or something. I don't know. Maybe it'll be the Magusta face. I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe people will get used to J&P and I won't have to worry about it. The other thing, I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to demonstrate this, but I did change the locked in. I changed the focus interface. So now the words are on the outside where people can see it. And I made the chroma key a little bit darker so people are aware of when I'm locked in. It should be a little bit more obvious that that's happening. Mr. Shiny says, I could share some of those jokes, but I don't know if it would Gouda away that you want it to. Okay. That is funny, but I could definitely tell there's the teensiest bit of, opportunistic force there, ever so slightly. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Shiny, your jokes are brilliant, but they can still always be even Gouda. That's a sure Jan.
Sure Jan.
But that still counts. The only jokes that don't count for this counter are mine, and only if I sure Jan them. Because they're bad. Whenever I use the sure Jan, I'm pretty sure everyone understands. I've done it enough times that people know when I'm, making bad jokes. That those don't count. Alan says they could be even cheddar. Everyone is a spinster in this bar, I swear. Okay, I gotta focus up a little bit for like a hot minute, because otherwise I could quite literally, sit and exchange jokes all day. That's how much of a gabby, chatty person I am. I definitely have zero problems doing that. And I know that that's not a very action-packed stream. People want to come here and see the game. Or, even with the people that want to see me, right? I'm sure it's not most entertaining to sit and watch me read jokes, laugh, and then probably make a few bad ones of my own. I don't think I'm quite the right size of streamer to do that just as an all-day thing yet. Are you freaking Ah. Dang it, Yunobo. I'm gonna be saying this with all the sages. Give it time. Give it time. And I'm gonna be...
Worthless piece of trash.
First time? Definitely not my first time. But it's the first time with Yunobo. Also, we still have yet to rectify the marbled Goma picture. I still need to take one. Don't worry, I've not forgotten about it. We're just focused on the cleanup. Tomorrow will be, like, the depths. Like, we're doing the overland shrines now, so, you know, assuming we don't get to the depths today, and there is a decent chance of that, we will definitely be doing the depths tomorrow. And there will be absolutely nothing but, like, oh, hello, is that is a talus. Do I do... there's a shrine. I need to do the shrine first. But I am gonna mark that. It's... this here? Yeah, it's this here. Ram the bitch? Okay. Yes, we haven't rammed anything today, so... I'm gonna go snag this lovely piece of ore first, and then I will, give it a wholesale ramming. With everyone's favorite type of ram, the explosive. Best part is pulling out a bomb in this environment doesn't immediately blow up in my face. We're just gonna pull out the right armor. Alright. Come on, Mr. Talus. Pop up out of your hole, please. Okay, let's see how fast we can demolish one of these. Mr. Shiny says it will happen more often and it's gonna blow, especially when collecting bomb flowers. Don't remind me. Absolutely don't remind me. I'm gonna have to, like, prepare. No, that is the incorrect one. Wait. There we go. Got him. Nope, that is incorrect. Grab a bomb flower, please. Dang it. Oh, I shattered it in mid-throw. There we go. I hope I don't need to take a picture of that. Hello. Oh. I guess it makes sense that there's a flaming version of these. I'm gonna put that on a sword. Let's find one of our long swords. I just want to see what the attack power on this looks like. Igneo Talus Hammer. Wow, that is a really pretty looking weapon. Yeah, we have seen the frost hearts, but the flaming hearts look very nice. By the way, even though my birthstone is diamond, for the record, like my real actual birthstone is diamond, I much prefer rubies. I much prefer rubies. Those are my favorite gemstone in the whole wide world. Give me a Burmese ruby. I don't need a big one. I only need one the size of, like, my fingertip, which is like less than a carrot. Just like a half pointer. For an engagement ring, that's perfect. I don't need much else. I trust that. I trust the bitch was sufficiently rammed, Aelin. Mr. Jason says, he remind me, Mr. Coin, my streamer friend that you mentioned earlier, he played Breath of the Wild for the first time a few years back, and he was trying to get up Death Mountain to Varudanya, and you said use bomb arrows. Yeah, I do remember you mentioning that. Do I remember the one for May? Asks Aelin. Isn't that Peridot? I might be wrong on that. It's Emerald. It's Emerald. Peridot is a different month. Mr. Shiny says it's nice you don't let Ichneotalus remains go to waste. That would be a waste in and of itself. Of course I don't let the Talus hearts go to waste. Although I did have to chuck the Frost Talus weapon I made when we were doing the Fire Temple. I had to get rid of it for metal weapons because we found so many metal hilts it wasn't funny. It's pretty heartwarming. That's a good one. 15. I don't think we make more than 20 jokes in a sitting. But yeah, Emerald's also a nice stone. That's awesome. I don't know all of the birthstones by heart. I only know a few. Some parts of my family, they're born in like March, and so their birthstone is aquamarine. I'm pretty sure my dad's is garnet or opal. I remember mine most effectively. But as a little bit of advice, if you guys ever have yourselves a significant other, right? Or you find one that like sticks. If you get them an engagement ring, I know metal bands are cheap. If your partner doesn't care, metal band is just fine. But if your partner does care, show them you really care by giving them an engagement ring with their birthstone in it. It doesn't have to be more than a carat. It doesn't have to be big or glamorous or super pretty. It just needs to show that, you know, you pay attention and, you know, they matter to you. Mr. Shiny says mine's sapphire. I was trying to think about which month that might be. Which works for me. Blue is one of your favorite colors. Nice. Nice. Let's, I need to be doing a better job at walking and talking. I am doing a bad job during this hour. We also still have not found the object of the thumbnail yet. It's just like a huge mistake on my part. If people are wondering why the heck I'm climbing on foot, right? It's because I don't want to blow ore that I'm just going to end up wasting once we get to the shrines that we're getting to. That's quite a waste for me. Even though I've got plenty of ore, I don't just want to blow it unnecessarily. We got one more shrine to find, and then I'm gonna probably dedicate the rest of the stream to like figuring out the treasure that slumbers behind this lizard. We were told basically it's up here. I'm pretty sure our cave system is like over here somewhere. You know, that's without even looking at the object map or anything. That's just based on everything the game has told us. Yeah, I mean, I'm born in April. April's my birth month. A diamond or white spinel are my birthstones. Yeah, because diamond is so synonymous, and it's such a common thing everybody gets, I kind of have to say, oh, yeah, by the way, there are also other white gemstones. It's not just diamonds. Like, diamonds are kind of bog standard, and they're also made with blood money. They're made using blood money. They're mined with it. So really, I would just prefer you get me my favorite gemstone instead, if you're even thinking about that. I've never had a person tell me they're doing that, though. Not even my senior, like, homecoming ring was like that. It was made using spinel. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, unfortunately, you have to go a bit early. No problem. Have a nice rest of stream. Thank you. And I hope the path through Elden won't be too rocky. Didn't want to. I was starting to wear out the applause again. So that is getting a Titus laugh for sure. But thank you. Do rest well. Do be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back, sooner rather than later. But if not, for whatever reason, do take care of yourself. And I hope to see you at some point in the future. Hopefully next time. Moving back to the Emerald, Aelin said that they're not their birthstone, but the birthstone for May is Emerald. Are you a fan of emeralds? If and you don't mind my asking, is that a favorite gemstone of yours? There's lots to like about emeralds. The one I know of the most is the Colombian emerald. It's like this nice bright green. It's really expensive. And generally Colombian emerald has to be heat treated, like irradiated through, in order to get the color to come out. And sometimes there are even color additives for Colombian emerald, like depending on their quality. But there are some companies that will source pure, like the best Colombian emeralds, and they're nice. They're nice to look at. If you're wanting like a good stone that can be faceted like an emerald, but doesn't cost as much as an emerald, try a peridot. That'll get you what you're looking for. It's a different color, of course, but it won't cost you an arm and a leg. Mr. Jason says, you must also go now, Mr. Coin. Thank you very much, my lovely senator and inductee. Do rest well, be well, and take care of yourself, of course. And, I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And if not, for whatever reason, take care of yourself, and I hope to see you next time. Aelin says it's your birthstone. Nice. But you don't have a favorite? Fair. That's totally fair. Not everyone is a gem enthusiast, and that's fine. I'm just sharing that mine is ruby. A nice Burmese ruby it's like a nice pinky red. It's really, in fact, I can, if you guys don't mind the stream being crunchy for like 5 seconds, I can probably show you a picture. Sorry, just pulling up the browser source real quick. It takes me a second to do this. There it is. There's a Burmese ruby. It's right here. Look at how deep that red is. That's just a random, like, really good quality ruby. There's no, like, occlusions in it. Occlusion's a fancy word for, like, error during formation of the gemstone. There's no occlusion to that. I do see a little bit of a fingerprint smudge on it, because when you have a highly faceted gemstone like a Burmese ruby, you can, in fact, see fingerprints. But yes, it's very, very pretty to look at. Burmese ruby is not cheap. Also, I believe it is operating under an embargo, like right now. Like, the US still has a ban on Burmese rubies because of history that happened like 20, 30 years ago. I'll go ahead and get rid of that. It's a very nice gemstone. It's my favorite, but you can't really go and find it. You can't bring it in the U.S. It's considered smuggling if you do that. Calamity Ganon 000. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. in both body and spirit today. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You say, someone bring me back in the next Zelda game, please. Oh, well, I mean, possibly. I mean, you are a central villain in the work, in the literature, in the lore. Would only make sense if he were brought back. Ganondorf is like Bowser, everybody. He's a timeless villain, brought back over and over and over again whenever Nintendo runs out of new villains to like give us. But don't worry, Calamity Ganon 000. You will, in fact, probably be brought back at some point. You're just too timeless for that. Aelin says, or like Springtrap, he always comes back. Oh, is that a Borderlands reference, Aelin? I'm not too familiar with Borderlands, but no, I'm thinking of Claptrap. That's what it is. Can I get the thing off the thing? No, FNAF? Oh. Yes, no wonder I didn't recognize it. It's a FNAF reference. Of course I wouldn't recognize it. I mean, I'm aware of what FNAF is. I'm not, like, completely clueless. But I am certainly not a connoisseur of all things FNAF. I believe there's, like, what? 4 mainline FNAF titles? As well as, like, FNAF World. There's, like, it's like a whole... We are okay, I think we are ramming loads of bitches now. Oh, God. This expression really just kind of rubs me raw sometimes. I'm the one that said it, though, so... Yes, we know there... Oh, hello. Oh, I forgot there's, like, one way up here. I forgot there's one right here to bring you up to the minigame. I need to find it. It's right here. Aelin says Springtrap is the main villain. Ah, okay. Makes sense. And I think there's 11 games. I'm sure not all of them are numbered, for the record. 11 games for the FNAF series. Wow. That's just impressive. I'm floored. It's like COD. FNAF is like the modern day Call of Duty, except Call of Duty is still a thing, so... And there's like 15 books? This series has books? You know what? I shouldn't be surprised it has books. World of Warcraft, or like the Warcraft series, you wouldn't think would have books. But it's got books. I have a book called The Cataclysm. Yep, I have an actual novel. I have heard about the FNAF movie, yes. I am aware there's also a movie. Calamity Ganon 000, I wonder what happened to Majora in this, very strange and cool thing or game. Well, probably became a mask if you ask me. I don't have that mask, but, you know, the fierce deity probably definitely killed him. Like, let's just be honest. Also, Ifin, I don't know if you're... I don't know if this is... If you're character posting. If you're character posting, that's totally fine. You know, you can stay in character. But I am curious, Calamity Ganon 000, about, you know, your level of familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom. Is it a game you've played before? Or I guess in this case, it would be a game of... Oh, how much of the game do you remember being in, right? What, Cataclysm? Gosh darn reference. Stereo Manas. Okay. I'm not gonna, like, press you to come out of character or anything. That's totally fine. Going back to the FNAF fandom, yeah, I guess is the FNAF fandom like the Sonic fandom these days? You know, where, you know, they're voracious and they're constantly looking for their next piece of content. Because a lot of Sonic fans are like that now. Sega has done them so dirty over the years that I do not know if I'm headed the right way or the wrong way. I also want to see how this works. Really? I thought the fire would have taken you out. I guess not. Oh well. Oh, is it up here? It might be up here. Hang on. Let's control this and, like, back up. Aelin says not really. We're just trying to figure out what the hell is happening with the lore. Well, I guess you can be the one to correct me then. Since it appears you at least somewhat keep up with it. Did FNAF, like, change ownership? Like, is a new dev in charge of it? Or, like, a new group of devs have been in charge of it for quite some time? You can see that. That's over there. Just gonna try... I'm gonna have to... I literally have to do a 3-point turn. Aelin says, kinda? Oh, that should be interesting. Was that a character break? I think that you meant shrines. I can't see... I might be able to read the original message. No, I cannot read the original message that was from. You meant shrines? Yeah. I kind of have little context for what you said before, though, Calamity Ganon 000. Aelin says Scott Cawthon, Cawthon is still in charge, but the devs are still Wool Studios. Oh no, I'm thankful I did not step into that. That would have been bad. Let's take this and, like, nail it right there. Okay, so, like, the same degenerate person is in charge. Scott Cawthon is not a very nice guy, from what I understand. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but the guy has generally been, like, racist or sexist and has donated to, like, LGBT hate groups. So he's overall not a very stellar individual to hang around with. My sibling used to follow the FNAF, like, storyline fairly closely back when Matt Pat from Game Theory was covering it regularly. But ever since finding out about Scott's associations with, you know, these less than stellar groups. Okay, we do have the treasure chest in here. Good. You deleted that? No worries, Calamity Ganon 000. In Breath of the Wild, before, the devs actually removed the ability to use champion powers and shrines, and you were playing during that time. You must have been playing the 0.9.0 version, like the early version, right? You were just low-key cheesing your way through them. Valid. I hear some people probably keep copies of the 0.9.0 ROM on the internet for such a purpose, for, like, practicing speedrun tricks and so on. Okay, now we gotta make it through here. What's going on next? All we have to do is just make it through, right? Can I, like, remove a stick off of something? Yeah, I sure can. Let's absolutely put that right there. And put that on the track. I once broke the Master Sword, and I was heartbroken. Yeah, in base BOTW, yep. Gotta wait like a long time before that comes back. That's, yeah, I remember before I had the DLC, you had to wait like 30 minutes to an hour to get the Master Sword back. So I just tended not to use it. I defeated Calamity Ganon entirely. Actually, that's not true. I did defeat him using the Master Sword. Not only did I defeat him using the Master Sword, I made sure I had the horse spike before doing so. Too bad I couldn't use it during the actual fight, though. That's nice, bud. Thanks. Sorry, it feels weird talking about Calamity Ganon's defeat with a person whose name is Calamity Ganon. I'm sorry. It's not to poke fun at names or anything. Talking to you sort of reminds me of like watching old Castlevania videos, and you'll see like the Soma Cruz or like you know, Vladimir Tepes or you know, Alucard or even Maria Renard all like character posting on like old videos and let's plays and stuff, or when people are posting like OST extensions. That's what the username makes me think of. Is that so sorry. So I since you've played like the early since you've played like the early versions of Breath of the Wild, Calamity Ganon 000, I take it you generally enjoy like the early versions of Breath of the Wild where the glitches are still there? Calamity Ganon 000 asks, why does everyone hate Yunobo? He's a chill guy. I don't hate him. I think his voice might be grating, and he kind of seems like a bit of a dope, but I don't think I don't hate him. He certainly can't be worse than Sidon or Tulin. That's for sure. The amount of people fanboying over Sidon is just... This is why the safe search is on. Whatever you do, if you go searching for pictures of Sidon on Google, make sure the safe search is on, or you're gonna regret it. Welcome back, boyo. It's not that I dislike Sidon. I just think the fanboying and fangirling is a bit over the top sometimes. Don't tell my sibling I said that though. Or I'm definitely gonna be, you know, wrung out to dry. But hopefully everything went smoothly for you, boyo, since the last time you and I saw one another. I trust everything is going all right. You've come in at a good time. We are just about to go looking for that treasure as the capstone to the stream. Aelin says, I'm tired, so farewell. Farewell, Aelin. Thank you so much for stopping by. Aelin also says, Yunobo sucks, and remember, ram the bitches, and Sidon is daddy. God, just all of the opinion twists in one statement. Rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. And if I don't see you again, you know, ever or at all, you know, do take care of yourself out there. I want everyone to be safe. Okay, we've got that one. We actually have one more shrine we gotta go find before we do anything. It's like way down there. Sending death threats to Aelin 1. Loading. Yes. Someone said the Yunobo sucks opinion. in an effort to like turn this conversation a different direction, Calamity Ganon 000, what do you like about Yunobo's character, if you don't mind my asking? Or like Yunobo as like a concept? Is it the power of fire? Is it the the big guy? Is it the concept of the big guy that means really well, but his fear holds him back? Or is it something else entirely? Come on, bop him off the edge, Yunobo. Thank you. Ah, that's better. I'm wanting to find this last shrine real quick above ground. There are a lot more of them, but they're below ground. Is that Addison? Addison, why the hell are you at the top of Death Mountain? That is super stupid. Or, I guess I can open up this question more generally to other people, too, is, do you guys... Oh, it's like... Is it up north? It's like this way, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. It's like... Yeah, it's like that way. Let's go. And hopefully this next shrine will be merciful. And we'll kind of go from there. Ah, yes. And, oh no, we have to find a crystal. Great. What character from, Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom do you guys like the most? And why? I'm a Mifa enjoyer myself. I know, it's not Sidon, but it is still a fish person. I know, I'm not that much better. But at the same time, I don't hate Yunobo. I didn't hate Daruk. I might have disliked Rivali for a little bit, but I warmed up to the character concept pretty quick. I don't know, there's just something about bog standard fishwife and Legend of Zelda lore that I can really appreciate. I liked Ruto for the same reasons. If that makes me a dirty, scaly, so be it, I suppose. Calamity Ganon 000 says he actually helps you with a whole ass divine beast. Too true. And he has Daruk's protection. He makes beating divine beasts easy, and you can charge. Those are perfectly good reasons. I can respect that. Yeah, Yunobo was the guy that I think had the greatest the character arc, developed during Breath of the Wild. I would say that his character arc in Tears of the Kingdom it leaves a little something to be desired. That doesn't mean he's a bad character or anything. It just means I didn't like the fact that, his problem seems so easy to solve, and it's like he didn't have to learn that much. Just use his head a bit more. Maybe be a bit less trusting. And to be fair, I felt the same way about Tulin when we went and did the Wind Temple earlier on in this Let's Play. I didn't really like the character arc with that. I felt like Tulin didn't personally fall far enough from his pride in order to really take the lesson home, so to speak. I need to figure out what I'm doing for this. Let's look through our schematics. I'm sure we'll find something we can use, like an excavator, or maybe there will be a cart we can use. Let's see. A whirling basher. And I will staple that. No, that is wrong. I actually can't do that. Oh, I actually have to leave it planted into the ground. Okay. Interesting. This feels like it needs a stabilizer to me. Rivali is cool too. He has a cool personality. Calamity Ganon 000 says. Fair. Yeah. I liked how much of a skeptic he was. I like that he didn't immediately, you know, trust Link. Yeah, that's it. Pulverize it. We just need to get it off of the terrain. I think I'm liking the excavator more, and I'm not sure what to make of the rock pulverizer here. I wish I could say the same about Sean Chiplock, though. I did have a great deal of respect for Mr. Chiplock at one point, but I hear he was one of the ones, if I remember my interview information correctly, he was the one of the ones that celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. Like, he had nothing but like cheerful things to say about that, and so now I'm forced to separate Sean Chiplock from his acting. I'm forced to say his acting is good, but I'm now forced to say maybe he's kind of a morally repugnant human being at times. I hate where the real world is going, everybody. I really do hate that. Okay, I'm gonna break this up. I'm just gonna break it up. We're gonna use an excavator. That's gonna go over a lot better. And look, I don't care what anyone has to say about, you know, Charlie Kirk's death. Think whatever you want of him. Just don't celebrate death. And don't ask for more of it. It really should not be controversial. It's not a rocket science take. Just be a decent human being. It's all that's required. All right, let's get to control. Let's get to controlling an excavator. So if I'll have to look, but if Sean Chiplock really truly did say these things, and I'm not like mishearing it from someone, I am in fact, you know, I'm gonna have to be very upset about that. I kind of hate how hyper politicized everything is getting to be. I just hate it. Let me switch to a metal weapon. And I really feel like the battle lines are being drawn in this world. And you have to kind of decide who you're supporting, who you're sticking with. I personally don't want to support anyone. I just want to be free to live my life in peace. I'll live it alone if I have to. Hello. Yeah, we're gonna have a tough time bringing this back. Because I see we have the fan here. Oh, I see what we need to do. Yep, okay, we're gonna have to caboose the crystal, is what's happening. Oh, I take that back. We're gonna have to... We are going to have to defeat a Talus first to get it back. I'm gonna just bring that back. Just stop. I'm gonna take this off the tracks so it doesn't go anywhere. All right. Cool. It's been 4 hours and we have not yet, we have definitely not yet found the object of our desire, and I do need to do that. I'm going to extend the stream at least until I do that. I normally stream for, you know, say 4 hours, 4 hours at a time, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you guys want to keep up with me and where I'm going in terms of content, that's going to be the time to tune in. I also have a Discord server, which I will go ahead and chill out right now. And I believe for YouTube, that should already be the most recent message. I am looking to cultivate that one community member at a time. We do post pictures in there. At least I do anyway. I've even shared a couple of memes recently. It's a pretty chill place to hang out. Okay, we have gotten this cave though, so we can now turn around and go deal with Mr. Igniotalus, I'm sure. Just gonna turn that off. Ooh, nice. We got a nice sapphire for our trouble. Igniotalus. We have not taken a picture of this yet. Good. I'm glad I did that. And I guess we'll need to use a smasher for this. Come on, Mr. Igniotalus. Come to me. I'm just gonna ice you off a bit. All right, get off. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. I need you to stop doing that. I'm gonna have to farm more arrows as well. 5, 6. Not too difficult. Lots of opals and diamonds. It's too bad we can't take a picture of this. Maybe. I might destroy that and fuse the sword to it. Not as much, but hey, hot sledge is hard to come by. All right, we're gonna have to do some caboosing. And that means we need to put the fans on the caboose and not anything else. And we're probably gonna need an extra fan to like deal with the weight. Otherwise, we're not going very far. Just do that. Okay. And just attach it so it's not going anywhere. And let's also not use a Talus Heart enchantment. Okay, and that'll stop depleting our battery when we get far enough away. Nice. And then after that, I'll make sure we find the cave in question, which I think is, I think it's like over here, probably. I hope everyone's had a good time today. You know, as we wrap things up, and you know, we do the last bit of necessary exploration in order to call it good for the stream. If you guys like action adventure games like this, or you guys like RPGs in general, you guys are gonna love my content, I think. You know, I'm not always the best entertainer, but I've got an audience to back me up, and between them and me, I think you guys are gonna have a great time. Outside of our short-term vote event, which ends tomorrow, we are going to be we're still voting on what game we want to play next. Right now, it's an even split between Baldur's Gate 3 plus mods and you know, Streamer's Choice, which if it's Streamer's Choice, you know, Coin is going to be challenge running. That's just something he wants to do. And I've been meaning to do it. I miss it. I miss challenge running Elden Ring. I really do. Yeah, for those that don't know, outside of like my stints with action, adventure, and RPG games, I'm an on-again, off-again Soulsborne challenge runner, including Elden Ring, and I have been playing Elden Ring Reforged to kind of get my mojo of doing runs back in. I've got a bunch of videos on backlog that I'm working on editing up. And by edit, I mean make sure the audio is clean. Those are posterity videos. I only put those up so that either A, people have something to watch if I'm not present for any reason, or B, and the more important reason is if people want to know, hey, I want to know what kind of route you're taking. I'm like, okay, I have a whole list of videos that you can watch if you want to deep dive into how I generally do things. Okay, that takes care of all the above ground shrines as far as I can tell. There. No, that is a teleport marker. There. One at the city. There are two more, but they're underground. You have this one. You have the one at the gut check rock. Yep, we've made the complete circle. That's all of them. So now we're gonna build a flying machine, and we're gonna go find the last one. That's gonna be over here. And thank goodness we can get out of this clunky armor. I know that the Flamebreaker set is important, and I do appreciate what it's there for, but I do generally prefer the Sheikah set, or I guess I could also throw on the Yiga clan set too if I really wanted to, but it's got really bad armor. I'm hoping it's a more offensive set because it's less protective. But we'll have to see. If not, I think that's a missed opportunity to properly delineate these sets from one another. What is, if I could ask a question, and I'm not expecting an answer or anything, that's never required when I ask these. You know, what kind of what's your favorite RPG or action adventure experience ever? And if you have to go look up you know, what an action adventure game is or what things fall under the action adventure genre, that's totally fine. That's absolutely fine. Oh, we should already be looking for it. Let's not lose our place somewhere midway. Okay, and we checked out the cave between them and found nothing. So methinks it's this site down here at the bottom. They did say that there was already like an established like outpost with minecarts and everything. So I think this is probably the place right here. Right, Yunobo, where'd you run off to, buddy? I might have to resummon him. The ground-based ones are definitely going to be more annoying. Interesting. We've got quite a few things here. Hello, Cubo. Didn't you go off toward Death Mountain? You didn't get hurt. I was worried that Death Mountain had erupted when that thing came writhing out of there. But now the mountain's back to normal. The marbled rock roast is gone, and the young Gorons are back to work. Maybe I could take a little break. That's good. Yeah, I suspect they're going to have a lot of work to do. Hello, Crush. Oh? You've come to dig up adventure too, huh? See those boulders over there? It'll be a minute before they're done. You can't rush adventure digging. Just between you and me, I've heard of an ancient Goron dwelling not far from here. Death Mountain is all about adventure. So you say. Guess we can afford to take a look. And we're going to be burning alive. Yeah. Back to the clunky metal accordion armor. I definitely want the hammer instead of, what is this? No, they're both hammers. It's just one's the one-handed version. That is bad. Let's not do that. And yes, I know there's a cart, but I think I want to do this on foot. Besides, there may be, I want to keep my eyes peeled for, the bubble gem frog. We might as well do that while we're going over time, as it were. Oh, game straight up will not let me take any more of that anyway. Just when I thought help was finally on its way. It's a piddly Hylian. Hey, alright, Fuzz. Alright, you know, melon face. You don't have to tell me I'm piddly. The stinking track broke, and now I'm stuck here. None of the other workers even noticed. Great. Just great. At this rate, I'll be lonely. So yeah, you gotta figure out a way to get me out of here. It's real simple. Just let me know when I can get in the cart and send it flying. Done. Oh, but you're all piddly. A laborer, Moda, got stranded in a cave after the track broke. He asked you to send him flying out of the cave on a cart. I see. Well, for now, let's go deeper. All right, Mr. Yunobo, right this way. Got something I want you to break up. This would be how we do it. Gotta keep our eyes peeled. There could be, you know, stuff behind the rocks and the crevices and stuff. We're gonna whip out a Zonite bow. Let a whole battery sink in. And then it flies kind of like a, it kind of flies like a Rito bow. Gotcha, little lizard. I'll take that. Yay! 70 bubble gems! Okay, so we've got some fans and some rockets. Is there anything else we can do? I think they just want us to momentum break. Sorry, that's totally not like a magic card reference. God, I'm thinking a momentum breaker when I say that. Okay, we're gonna put that there, and while he's shuddering, we're gonna put up a couple rockets. And maybe a treasure chest as well. What's in, ow, what's in here? Ah. Another cobble crusher. Nope, it can stay in the chest. Just gonna stick this on the end like so. That is, yeah, that's. Come on, I'm just using ultra hand powers. You're fine. You're fine. Quit being so scared. Huh. I'm thinking about this, and the more I think about it, this thing kind of, I don't think it's gonna clear it. We're gonna try, but I don't think it's gonna work. That'll get me back in a jiff. It's easy enough, anyone could do it. Anyone except piddly little you. Try getting under the cart. Sure thing, boss. I don't think it'll work, but we're gonna try. It worked! Nice. Well, he's out of the cave. He better give us a reward, or I'm gonna be real upset. The outside! I escaped! Thank you. Now I don't have to think about returning to the dust all alone. As a reward, I'll give you what I found back in the cave. Thank you. Round here, you can't get rock roast, just ugly, strange vehicles. I'm gonna tell President Unobo and get my assignment changed. You're welcome. I mean, you could speak to his, you know, replica copy. He's literally right there. No? Alright. Just walk him over there, and let's go. Ah, another rocket. And a bunch of other stuff. Okay. So that's not it. None of Death Mountain turned out to be... there is, like, one cave, I think. The West Tunnel, the East Tunnel... And we went to the monster den, right? So then the only other thing I could think of is maybe it's more... Maybe this is more between the two lizards? Let's see if there's a cave, you know, somewhere nearby. Like somewhere near, like in the center. Maybe my thinking was wrong the entire time. And I needed to actually... think a little more on the nose. So, and the cave we found up by this lizard here was the monster den, and that didn't have anything worthwhile in it. So I think it's closer to this lizard, and in which case my entire presumption was wrong. right from the start. I think we have found what we're looking for. All right, Mr. Unobo. Break that open for me. Thanks. Lizard's Burrow. I bet this is it right here. They just need to also, like, probably, oh, this cave isn't hot. Good. I'm willing to bet up here is probably where our friend the bubble frog is. How did I know? How did I know? Let's just wait. Don't want this to miss. Got it. I wasn't intending to do as many caves as I did during, you know, like this overpressing of the stream time and everything, but it's a done deal now. I think this is our treasure chest in question. Let's see if I'm right. Da 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 da. Vabrudanya Divine Helm, a helm worn by a warrior who protected the Gorons in a time beyond memory. It's said to deepen the bond with the Gorons when worn by Hylian. One brother hunts what the other brother hides. Two lizards fighting over what's inside. You solved the riddle and found the hidden treasure. Now, what I am curious about is, are these Gorons going to say anything? Is Unobo and company going to say anything if we show up wearing the helmet? Don't worry, there's still plenty of caves out in the countryside. Eldin is like a huge place. We've barely tapped the surface of these caves. There are so many of them. We also have not even seen all the Gorons yet. We could even end up spending an extra stream in the Eldin Mountains, but it's fine. Let's wear our titular helmet. Here it is. And I know Unobo and company is right over here. Equipment named after a divine beast? Is that what you're decked out in? What a red-hot piece of treasure! Since the lava cooled, I always wondered if someone might find them. Not only did you do it, you found treasure to boot. You're Unobo's partner, all right. Wish I could go back in time and tell my spry younger self that the Lizard Brothers really do exist. I feel a real sense of fulfillment hearing this. Thanks for sharing the good news. The Lizard Lakes don't seem like a dangerous place. Maybe I misunderstood when I was told not to go near them. Even if I can't do much, I'll search this area some more to get us answers about Princess Zelda. Oh, I can talk to you privately. If not for this pesky back of mine, I'd be pitching in left and right. Despite that, you have Hitler's mustache? I don't know. That Unobo always used to pester me. Boss this and boss that. Now look at him. A sage. He's always been a simple fellow, so you can't always count him for everything. But when there's a job needs doing, he'll see that it gets done. If you run into a wall, there's no better time to holler for him. Simple guy, huh? How's the search for Zelda going? I've been trying to remember anything that might help us, but everything's hazy from when I was wearing that mask. So I've given up on trying to recall what happened then. Instead, I'm focusing on investigating around here to see if anything weird is happening. Did anything weird happen? Something's been bothering me. There's a Hylian named Kemma who's in search of some hot springs. I guess they're called Simmerstone Springs? Grap at the Goron Hot Springs might be able to tell you more about them. This is the first I've heard of them myself. For now, I'll keep an eye out to see whether anything strange is going on around here. Link, you take care of what you need to, okay? It doesn't matter how busy I am if you're in a pinch, Link. You come hollering and I'll help out. He really truly does mean well. That is fantastic. Okay, everybody. I think we've done more than enough for this episode. Tomorrow, the caves and the depth. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'm gonna cut and run today. I want to just like, I got so much to do, it's not funny, and I need to take a break and stretch and other stuff like that. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You know, again, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless something changes, of course, and in which case, please check out the Discord link in the link tree. It won't be the one labeled Ob10, although you're more than welcome to go in there and tell the boys I sent you. They'll know what to do. But it'll be the actual Discord icon if you're looking for my server specifically. Do rest well. Do be well, my lovely senators and inductees. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, any place. Just give me a message and, you know, give me time to respond and I'll do it. And with that, I'll see you guys next time, and goodbye.